Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Thornton. I'm the chairman of the Trumbull Town Council, and I'd like to call this July 9th, 2020 meeting to order, please, at 7:39 p.m. via Zoom. The first thing we'd like to do is have a moment of silence, and I'd appreciate a moment of silence, and then we're going to have a Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you, everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of
America,
America, and to
the
the
republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dawn Quintafio.
Here.
Bill Mecca. Michael Miller.
Here.
Donna Siddell.
Here.
Mary Isaac.
Here.
Tony Pinto.
Here.
Keith Blaine.
Here.
Kevin Shively.
Here.
Thomas Whitmore.
Here.
Mary Beth Thornton.
Here.
Jason Marsh.
Here.
Carl Massaro.
Here.
Eric Paulson.
Here.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz.
Here.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein.
Here.
Steve Lemoyne.
Here.
Joseph Garrix.
Here.
Bruce Elstein.
Finally here.
Great. Joy Colon.
Here.
Ashley Gaudiano.
Here.
And Lisa Valente.
Here. Hey.
Okay, very good. We have a quorum. Our next order of business is public comment, and people have been invited via Zoom on their telephone or on their computer. And I have a list of those attendees who would like to speak. And if you'd like to speak and you are on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, if you click on participants, there is a button on the far right that's to raise your hand to speak. And so I'll be calling on you in order of your hand being raised. I have a list on my screen. All right. So this will begin public comment. The first person with their hand raised is Sujata Gadkar Wilcox, and I will ask Bill Chin to help me with this. Thank you.
She's on our way in.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think. Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Sujata Gadkar Wilcox. First of all, thank you, Bill, for your wonderful job on all of these meetings. I'm just talking today to support the establishment of the Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Task Force. My understanding is the task force that will be staffed by volunteers, will only make recommendations to the town council, and is designed to ask questions about equity, inclusion, and diversity in our town. I'm surprised that there would be any objection to this kind of inquiry. Trumbull is a wonderful community with people who are thoughtful and kind and willing to take the time to serve our town in many different ways. But we must have enough humility to know that we all have different experiences, and we ourselves cannot know the experiences of others unless we inquire and listen. Now is the time to listen to those who've shared experiences of being marginalized, to acknowledge those differences, and to demonstrate greater understanding and compassion for each other. It seems to me that this task force is designed to do exactly that, to inquire and to listen. Now is the time. Thank you for putting it together.
Okay, thank you very much. And I forgot to add, and I will add right now, all public comment at town council meetings has to refer in some way to the resolutions that we have on the agenda this evening. We only allow public comment on agenda items. And it's unfortunate, I'm sure some people would think about other issues, but those are the rules of the town council. And the next person I see on the list is Ellie Grosso. Ellie. Is Ellie Grasso on?
She's here. Ellie, you're muted.
Are you muted? I'm sorry, Ellie, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry for that. My name is Ellie Grasso. I am here to also speak in support of the EDIT Task Force. As a Trumbullite, I am so proud of the Town Council and the work that it is doing to celebrate diversity in our town. I lived in New York City for over 20 years, so when I moved to Trumbull, learning and experiencing the diversity that we have in our town was such a gift for me, and it continues to be a gift. This is absolutely a time when all over the country we are reckoning with some history that needs to be reckoned with, and I know that the task force will help to make sure that everyone in our town has a positive experience. And I just support the work of the task force and the council. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next person on the list is Amanda Wagner.
Okay, Miss Wagner's on her way in.
Or at least hear me. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Great. Sorry, with technology, I want to make sure it's clear. So hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Wagner. I do want to introduce myself a little bit because I'm not sure if I'm familiar with all of you or if you are familiar with me. I've been a resident of Trumbull since about 2018, and I've lived in the surrounding area since about 2015. I have a bachelor's in political science from Western New England and a master's in higher education administration, which allowed me to explore and research how identity plays a crucial role in a person's development throughout their lifetime. I'm not here tonight, though, to talk about like identity and inclusion specifically, but I do want to bring my knowledge as a Trumbull resident to support EDIT, so the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Task Force. Since I was 18, I have always exercised my right to vote in every state and local election, getting absentee ballots when I was away at school, attending board meetings, Board of Education meetings to be able to articulate my opinion within the town. So I truly know the value of a citizen's voice to a town that truly listens to its constituents. My choice to move to Trumbull was because of the sense of community and belonging that it was illustrated by other residents and the strong education system for my daughter. I'm a family of mixed races. I'm Latina, and the last 2 years living in Trumbull, I have really struggled with feeling represented by the town. While I vote and I donate and I attend community events such as the Trumbull Day, I haven't truly gotten involved the way that I want to because I don't see Latinx folks represented in the town. I honestly don't see that the town council is being represented of our entire Trumbull community, and I think we're missing a great opportunity there. The questions I think about is who represents me, who represents our Black, Indigenous people of color, and who represents the identities that are not visibly seen through our skin tone. I think that the creation of the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Task Force, being asked by our community members and as a council, will represent the entire Trumbull community, and we need to listen and not stifle to the necessary learning that can take place from having this task force. I think it's a great way for our folks willing to volunteer their time to better help our community and make suggestions, making us stronger and a leader both locally and statewide. This task force is not only about race and racism, it's talking about the impact on our citizens that of identities that are not visible by illustrating our acceptance and our inclusion. So with some of the comments that I've been seeing from some community members opposing this task force, I think that that's really important to comment and note that those are clear examples as to why we need this task force in our town. While Trumbull's a wonderful place to live and I've loved the 2 years that I've been there, I think it's time for us to unite and recognize these areas of growth that we have in order to be a better and stronger community. I think it will help our community, our children, and our government grow more knowledgeable and inclusive, becoming a stronger role model in other areas to follow. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Amanda, would you also please give us your address? I neglected to ask the other speakers. Normally we give our name and our address. Thank you.
That's no problem. It's 43 Beach Street. It's the tree, not the actual sand.
Very good. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, the next person on our list is Tom Lee.
Okay, Mr. Lee's here. He just needs to unmute.
Mute.
Yes, we can see and hear you. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, unmute again, please.
Thank you. I can see myself and hear myself now. Thank you. Matt, if I may, getting a reverb here. Okay. Ms. Chairman, members of the Town Council, members of the 2020 Charter Revision Committee, I greet you. I have 3 comments or 3 areas that I would like to point out where I disagree with the draft report and trust that the Town Council will take these comments to heart. First of all, let me say that I appreciate the work of the 2020 Charter Revision Commission. They did a tremendous job in recommending a deletion of certain procedural requirements that have existed in the charter that were in avoidance of or in opposition to state statute and what the code, if you would, states, creating some confusion among individuals. With respect to the issues I'd like to talk about, number 1, I'm dealing with pages 14, 15, and 16 of the draft report, if anybody would like to follow along. The first change that I suggest not be made is adding the word material to paragraph chapter 7, section 17, D, parent, II, close parent. The word material violations does not currently exist. I wrote a letter to the Revision Commission in which I indicated that we have 6 current members of the Ethics Commission, 5 regular and 1 alternate. That of the 5 regular members, 4 objected to this change. 1 said he wasn't going to take a stand on it, but either accept it or not accept it. And the alternate, Mr. McCann, Attorney McCann, told me he was in favor of it. Number 1, I don't understand why this change needs to be made or what good effect it would have. I can think of several bad things that can happen because of it, or improper things. Number 1, we have the members of the commission saying, we don't have a problem, we'd like it left alone. Why should we have to look at the material change? Now, material as it's being used, important, the Oxford American Dictionary, important, essential, or significant. Other directory, dictionary.com, of substantial import. When a complaint comes into the Ethics Commission, it may state the facts in some manner, way, shape, or form. It may state that it's a violation of a particular section of the ethics code, or it may not. And we are left to the devices to try and figure out what is being asked for, what is being complained of, and what is being said. We do that. We don't ask the question currently, and never have, is this important, or is it not so important? I think that if we tell the people of the town of Trumbull that we're going to be looking as an ethics commission as to whether or not we deem your complaint, although it may be accurate and it may be a violation of the code of ethics, that it's unimportant, that it's too petty for us to deal with. The Ethics Commission is not overworked, in my opinion. In the 20 years that I've been on the commission and is proud to be its chairman, I cannot recall ever receiving what I would consider at least a petty or an immaterial complaint. Recently, we had a complaint come in that many people thought didn't bear much, wasn't not that important perhaps. But upon a good investigation, we determined unanimously that in fact it did. But it took some time, it took some effort. When a complaint comes in, it's our job to investigate it after determining or to dismiss it for lack of probable cause, or dismiss it because it is not a violation by a person who is subject to the code. But once we accept it and determine that there is probable cause, it goes to the next level, and that is a hearing in public. We complete our investigation in the town of Trumbull, and we have for years, on the basis of an executive session. We look at the complaint, we try and talk to the individuals, we fully investigate the complaint prior to voting on probable cause. We don't investigate in the normal course after probable cause. I think that there was an error, either Scrivener's error in the Charter Revision Commission indicating something about a full investigation after probable cause. That doesn't happen, and certainly it's not a requirement. So there currently is no such limitation. I think that the effect on the public is going to be greater than perhaps anticipated. That is to say, it's difficult enough for a member of the public to pick up their pen, has to be in writing a complaint, has to be sworn to, and then delivered to us, and then to know that they're probably going to have to get up in public, maybe at some point, but certainly in front of the members of the commission, to explain why they have a problem with somebody and something. And I suspect that if they risk or decide to risk the fact that they're going to be told that their complaint is not important, not essential, and not significant, this is going to have an effect on the public, which is not the kind of effect that I think we want to instill and make sure that our members of the citizens and our citizens will pick up their pens and draft a complaint appropriately without fear of someone criticizing them for making it unimportant. The TEC is not overworked. And again, I think it will have an adverse impact. I also suggest that one other item, which I have not researched, but I came across today, section 7-148H of the Connecticut General Statute states, with respect to the formation of an ethics commission, that the investigation, and we are required to investigate allegations of unethical conduct, etc. It doesn't say investigate allegations of material ethical conduct. It just says ethical conduct. Of unethical conduct, excuse me. I suggest that with the notion of preemption being something that we know about, that the state has preempted us on this issue.
Mr. Lee, we have a 2-minute limit this evening on comments. And also I'd like to ask you, did you go to any of the public hearings that this Charter Revision Commission held with these?
I wrote letters and watched them, but the last, and that issue I had talked with, I apologize for not asking about the time limit. I've been here since 7:15 and I hadn't heard anything about a time limit. So I apologize. I do have 2 more items that I would like to address that I was not able to address to the Charter Revision Commission simply because it's in the draft resolution and I did not find this until 2 days ago. Glad to say their draft of what they would.
We'll give you another couple of minutes to
Okay, thank you.
your statement. Also, would you please let everyone know your name and address?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Thomas Lee. I live at 29 Cobblers Hill Road here in Trumbull.
And you serve?
I've been 20 years since year 2000, appointed by First Selectman Halliday. I've served in the position under Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Herbst, and now our current Mrs. Tesora.
Okay,
So
thank you.
four different, 2 Republican, 2 Democrats, for what that's worth.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is I don't understand it. Why is this? This is in Chapter 7, Section 17C, where we're not supposed to be disclosing violations of the code. And really what it amounts to is that it's saying that at the discretion of the Ethics Committee, we may be referred to criminal authorities. Right now, if a matter comes before us, if after investigation, after probable cause, and after a finding of a violation of the rules, the code says, this charter has been silent upon this, the code says one of the 3 sanctions is to refer the matter, if there's been criminal conduct or a violation, a potential violation of criminal conduct, to the appropriate criminal authorities, which would be the state's attorney or the town attorney, as the case may be. This wants to change it by making it not mandatory, but rather permissive. It's permissive versus mandatory. I don't understand why it wouldn't be left as mandatory to make that kind of referral. That's, again, after a hearing in public. Third and last, cross-examination. We have the rights of due process spelled out very, very completely in the code, and the ethics code is what I'm referring to. This language that has been put in Section D is concerns the due process requirement of that's already, again, in the code, of the right to cross-examine by a respondent, the complainant. That's already in the code. What I don't understand is why it's duplicative and why it's necessary to be duplicative, number one. But number two, even more importantly, if we're trying to make due process part of the charter, due process should run to both the complainant and to the respondent. Right now, the eyes simply seem to be on the due process rights of cross-examination for the respondent, when it's in the code running both ways. Why create this problem? Again, I would appreciate these 3 issues to be looked at. I can write a longer letter. I didn't think that was necessary, and I appreciate the extra time for this.
Okay, and we appreciate your input and taken well. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Okay, next person on the list is Lisa Waldo.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Waldo, 32 Plymouth Avenue. I've been a homeowner in Trumbull for 30 years. I have a very short statement I really need to make because it's urgent. I'm going to start my video. Sorry. I don't know if you could see me. The biological hazards from 4G, 5G wireless facilities, highly unnatural, pulse modulated.
Ms. Waldo,
Yes.
I stated at the beginning that we allow public comment on resolutions on our agenda. And I know you're anxious to get this message out to the public in Trumbull, but the town council is not the right venue to get this message
Yes,
out.
it is. We sent you the cease and desist letter. If you had legal counsel read it, you would see that it is.
No.
It is in the town.
I'm sorry. We only hear issues that pertain to our agenda. Those are our rules. And I'm very sorry that you disagree.
Okay. I asked to be on the agenda on June 1st, though. Will I be on the next agenda?
No, because as I explained to you in an email, in a email confirmation, that the 5G technology that you're speaking about is something that is decided by our siting council in Hartford, not by our local town council. And I am not going to get into a debate with you about this. We have many items tonight to consider, and I'm sorry that you feel strongly and you really would like to talk to the council about this. And I do feel badly, but it's only fair to follow the rules and allow people to speak that are here to speak to these
Hey,
resolutions.
it's a public health threat, and it's too bad that you're not allowing me to speak to let the town know that these are going to go on existing utility poles on every street. Powerful cells emitting radiation. So that's just really unfortunate. I think it's extremely important that the town knows. But thank you.
I don't see Judith DeGraffin Reed. Do you, Mr. Chin?
Sorry, Ms. DeGraff Reed is coming into the meeting now as a panelist.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah. Hi, I'm Judith DeGraffin Reed. I live at 323 Unity Road. I've owned a home in Trumbull for the past 22 years. I would like to comment on the resolutions, all of them selected for tonight's agenda. Could a member of the committee please clarify the process for identification of the resolutions put forth on tonight's agenda? How does the process work? Are resolutions based on public inquiries or committee input? This past month, an emergency issue was brought up to the town council for inclusion, only to be dismissed due to a fundamental lack of understanding of the town officials' constitutional powers and obligations to protect the public well-being. For the 1996 Telecommunication Act, responsibility for oversight of wireless radiation resides in local officials, not the unelected state agencies, PURA and Siting Council.
Ms. Graffin Reed, you are not addressing any of the resolutions on our agenda. And you just heard me speak to Ms. Waldo about this, and yet you're persisting, and I respectfully ask you not to speak about something that's not on the agenda. All right, the next
I want
speaker.
to know, how do you decide? Because you were wrong when you said we had no right to speak, because you don't understand. It's a local issue. All right, you're
Well,
wrong.
I'm sorry, but you don't understand. I'm the chairman of the town council, and
We have
the
a right to
agenda-
speak.
the agenda does not include the subject matter that you're presenting.
Well, this is my free speech, and you don't get to decide everything that comes before the town. We
Yes,
have legitimate
yes, we
requests.
do. Yes, we
it is.
do.
It's your oath of office for our well-being to protect us, and it is not up to unelected bureaucrats with the siting agency in PURA. No, it is up to you. It is your constitutional duty, and you're reneging on your constitutional duty, and you're absolutely incorrect. That is
Right.
a
Ms.
myth put out
Graffin
by
Reed,
telecommunications.
Reed, I'd like respectfully.
And maybe
ask
would
you
you like to respond to our inquiries? When we send you an email, maybe you'd like to.
Ms.
share some
Graffin Reed,
response.
I'm sorry, but we are not going to discuss this evening, and I am not going to get into a debate with you. We will hear the next speaker, Carla.
Stronger person than I am. Are you on the thing?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hello, I'm Carla Volpe, 143 Seal Road. Hello, everyone. Thank you to Chairwoman Thornton and the entire town council for all of your selfless work. I would like to say how happy I am with the impending formation of the new EDIT task force. We are a town with so much to offer, that's clear. But growth is never stagnant, and I believe this committee will support our already wonderful town. This committee will give our neighbors a governmental platform for their voices on the important issues that the EDIT task force will take on. Diversity, equity, and inclusion affects so much of our town and Board of Ed hiring practices, police relations, housing, economic development, and the arts. I believe this task force will be a pillar of strength in our community for all of us. As a Trumbull resident concerned about the political conversation in our state and country, I believe that here in Trumbull, we can take a positive step forward by creating the Edit Task Force and stand in strong support of the Town Council's resolution this evening. And that's all I have to say. So thank you so much. And again, thank you. I know this is selfless work, and I really appreciate what all of you are doing. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker is Heather Miller.
Okay, Miss Miller should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Heather Miller and I live at 19 Lynbrook Road. Thank you so much to the Town Council for your time. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to establish the Edit Task Force. In the past 6 weeks, the sentiment that Trumbull doesn't have a problem with racism has been echoed over and over again by some residents. I wish with my whole heart that was true. Instead, racism thrives here just as it does in every corner of our nation, in red states and blue states, in big cities and small towns. No place is immune, especially not a predominant white town in Connecticut. We live in one of the most racially segregated states in the country. Consider this. In 2015, 2 of every 3 people of color in Connecticut lived in just 15 of the state's 169 municipalities. And in Southwest Connecticut, the divide between rich and poor is wider than anywhere else in the country. That's the result of institutionalized racism within local zoning laws, within banks, within the real estate and rental markets, and because it's in the air that we breathe, it is within each and every one of us. To those who fear this resolution does not go far enough or is overly broad, I agree with you. But I'd ask you tonight, please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a beginning, not an ending. And lastly, many of us in Trumbull would be heartened to see a unified yes vote on this resolution tonight. This is not a partisan issue, it's a human issue. It's not just needed, it's overdue. We live in a wonderful town that I adore, and we can also be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marshall Marcus.
Hello?
We can hear you. Now we can see you too.
Okay, sorry, I was still seeing Heather. I'm up. Thank you, Mary Beth. It's Marshall Marcus, 91 Stonehouse Road. I'm a member of the Economic and Community Development Commission, and although I want to speak about something that involves community, I do not represent views of the commission. We've not discussed it. I am very much in favor of the concept of the Edit Task Force that is proposed and before the council this evening. I am absolutely opposed to the manner it's to be made up and planned. I do not believe that committees of the council should be planned with 4-year terms rolling and should extend beyond the life of an elected council. If this is to be 4-year terms and to be extended, and we have a varying term to begin with, this belongs as a committee of the town. It should be incorporated in changes in the charter that we're looking at now. Council committees should have sunsets with the life of the council and elections. Our council members are elected for 2 years. They're appointing people. These are not appointed from any authority outside the council, and they should not be appointing people to be serving as opposed to ratifying or approving people nominated to serve on a board or commission beyond the life of the council itself. And that's my objection to the mechanics of this Edit Task Force. I'm very much in favor of it, but I think it's being done the wrong way. Thank you.
Mr. Marcus, you'll be happy to know that this is not a committee of the council. The resolution is simply forming this committee, but it is not a body of the council such as a building committee, and no members of the council will serve on this committee.
No, I know that it's not members. but we've had other building committees that expired and they were not renewed by the next council. I feel that this is going to have this kind, it shouldn't be only appointed by the council. That's just my
Not in the
feeling.
same- And that's not in the same genre. And when we get to the resolution, I'm sure we'll go into great detail, but thank you very much. I appreciate your input.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, our next speaker is Tara Figueroa.
Hey there, can you guys hear me and see me?
We can.
Hi. My name is Tara Figueroa. I reside at 105 Grove Street here in Trumbull. Thank you so much for hearing me out today and for getting together. I know it's late in the evening for many.
Here is Tara Figueroa.
Yes. So I'm speaking today to express my support for the resolution for the creation of the Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Task Force. The importance of diversity and inclusion cannot be understated. Many global organizations invest in diversity initiatives because the benefits of having a wider array of perspectives adds real value to problem solving and economic development. Numerous studies show that organizations that have more diverse talent and representation actually result in better outcomes and innovation. This task force will give our town a competitive advantage and ensure that Trumbull will be a community that represents all of its members. I'm disheartened by those that have actually smeared this initiative or feel like, you know, it hasn't been stood up in the right way, because the mission is so important. And I understand, though, you know, that at times privilege affords a luxury for such a task force to feel like a choice. But for many minorities like myself, we don't feel that luxury. This task force is an imperative. It's an imperative to unify our town, especially as we find our society in crisis on multiple fronts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tony Silber.
Mr. Silver should be there.
Hi, it's Tony Silber. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth, Madam Chairwoman. So I just wanted to very briefly offer, I'm Tony Silber. I'm from 43 Stag Lane, right here in Trumbull, obviously. And I am also a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf here. And I just wanted to briefly express my support for the Diversity Task Force. I think it's a positive step for a forward-thinking town. Some have asked why such a task force would be needed, but right off the top here, a few things occur to me. A task force could review library holdings and programming to ensure broader perspectives are presented. It could do the same with the school curriculum. In both cases, we could ensure that we stress the value of diversity in American history, which is really a linchpin of our history and should be emphasized and focused on. It could examine the way we present our history right here in Trumbull, including with a review of commemorative plaques, signs, statues, and the like. Have we overlooked anyone? Are there different ways of and different perspectives that we should present our own history? Are there difficult chapters in our own history that we have not addressed? Can we do that better? A task force can explore ways in which we can work more in harmony and cooperation with all of our neighbors, including Shelton, Stratford, Bridgeport, Fairfield, Easton, all of them. I think that's important. I think a regional approach to our economic development and many other things is critical to the success of the town. I note that our population of South Asian folks has grown in the last 10 years or so that I've been in the town. And I wonder, is there a way we can make that part of our population feel as though the public life of the community includes them. And I could go on and on, but those are things that occurred to me off the top, and I did want to voice support for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silber. Our next speaker comes by one name, Lincoln. So it's interesting. Lincoln, would you like to speak?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lincoln Johnson from 550 White Plains Road, and I've been a Trumbull resident for 3.5 years, sorry. And I just wanted to say that I am calling in support of the task force. And like many of my neighbors before me have said, you know, many of the needful things that need to be said about why this task force is needed. And just real quickly, I'll say that, you know, the things that will result from having a task force such as this is, you know, bring about policy changes that will implement systemic changes for lifelong justice, inclusion, and equity, which frankly did not exist on a wide scale previously. And that's pretty much it. So I do thank you guys for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and we appreciate you coming to speak to the council.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wayne Winston.
Okay, hopefully you can see me okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, outstanding. Boy, you have a tough job tonight, boy. What a room, what a room. My name is Wayne Winston. I'm at 70 Berkshire Avenue. And as a resident here for many years, and my family, I mean, we have people that have been here over 40, 50 years. There's been a marked change in Trumbull with the diversity. You know, I see Middle Eastern Indians. I see all of these different flavors coming to Trumbull. And having a daughter that graduated from here, and she had such a great experience in Middlebrook, and as well as in, you know, even Trumbull High. These are things that we don't have to overlook anymore. I'm a regular contributor on WICC. You know, right now, even they're taking up to discuss how important race is in America. So every Wednesday you can listen from 11:30 to 12, and we discuss these things with callers and so on. Lisa Wexler, who's an amazing person, as well as News 12. You know, Trumbull has a chance to be on the cutting edge of getting things right. Some people are still in the horse and buggy, and the world is changing. The young people are out there marching, black and white. It's their civil rights movement with the media and so on, with Facebook and Instagram. And the vitriol that I see that's in some of these things that represent Trumbull, if you're on the outside looking in, you say, oh man, would I really want to move here based upon what some of these people are posting? I know there's great people in Trumbull. I know they've been challenged with the police department because another life, I was a vice president of the NAACP in Bridgeport. So I know we can make things better, and I am 1000% in support of the edit committee. Everyone that I've met in there just has the best interest of Trumbull in mind. And it's so important that we take advantage of this, because you have a chance to be a model for the state, models for the country, because there are people figuring out what's going on, and the type of research that they have done that has to do with even educationally, how do we have a good experience with black and white children together, and teaching with sensitivity, you know, having teachers understand how to prepare a lesson plan when you have a mixed room, because my daughter had a horrible time and their kids made fun, that teacher's laughing at her and such, but we can be better. So this George Floyd thing has given the world a chance to look at race again in a whole nother way that no one ever thought about 3 months ago. And I think that we are in that time to change. So anything I could do, even to help the town council, you know, this edit committee, I'm more than happy to help. I know there's people on the opposite side. I hate that they're so mean and angry, but all we want to do is make Trumbull a better place. So that's where I am at this thing right here. So my phone, my door is open, whatever I can do. We organize people in the right way, no drama, just all love, because love conquers all. And I think we can be okay.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Our next speaker is Julia. Oh, wait, she disappeared.
Julia McNamee, I'm bringing her in.
You.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm here. Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I've lived in Trumbull for 25 years. I live at 256 Booth Hill Road right now. My name is Julia McNamee. And I have to say, you know, between the rally at Town Hall and then the march organized by the teenagers and then some of the speakers tonight, I feel so happy about our town. And I think sometimes people misunderstand and feel as if some of this is a criticism of Trumbull, and I don't think that's true at all. I think it's a sign that people care about equity and equality. I'm here really to speak tonight in favor of the Equity Commission as an educator, because that's what I know. I was a teacher in Westport for many years, and I'm a literacy director in Hamden, kindergarten through 12th grade. And I can just say to you that there are so many areas that it's worth looking at in our schools, in all schools, not just Trumbull's, not just Hamden's, not just Westport's. You know, I think we start with looking at things like hiring. Are we hiring all kinds of people? Are we hiring people of color for our children to be taught by? Are we hiring people who are differently abled? There are many ways we can look at our hiring practices in our schools, because children should have teachers who look like them. I think tracking is another area that is important. Many studies show us that children of color are often tracked into lower track classes. And this is, I think everyone can understand, just so highly inequitable. We want all children to have an equal chance in their lives. Finally, the studies show us that we have implicit bias, all of us, and so that children of color are disciplined differently than children who are white. They often are punished more harshly. And this is, of course, very detrimental for children. This isn't saying that people of Trumbull are more racist than people anywhere else. It's saying that this is what we all have inside us, and sometimes we're not even understanding why. For me, as a literature person, the most important thing is that all children have books and curriculum that reflect them and that take them to different places. Theorists call it windows and mirrors. Children have a right to read about people like themselves, to look in mirrors, and they also have the need to see people who are not like them looking through windows. So we need to be looking at things like our curriculum and our textbook selection and our independent reading selections to make sure that our children are really able to enjoy diversity of texts through all their years in school. I know that this is just one aspect of Trumbull that I hope will be looked at by the group, and I'm just really proud of our town and hope this moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Chris Powell.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I come out in support, in favor of the newly formed Edit Committee. I have lived in Trumbull for almost my entire life. I'm 16, almost 17. And just to say, I've been disappointed with my education here. I'm a former honors US history student, and we basically learned almost nothing about African American history in our education system. All they talked about was slavery, segregation, that's it, boom, racism ended. But that's not reality, and racism is still prevalent in our society today, including in Trumbull, I'm sure, because racism didn't just go away when Obama was elected. So I'm looking at education reforms, and I'm looking for more diverse inclusion for the people of Trumbull. I am an African-American citizen of Trumbull, and it just breaks my heart to see that it took the the killing of George Floyd for this to happen. This is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell. Our next speaker is Eliza Cholet. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is Elisa Cholet. I live at 11 Thorburn Road. I want to thank everyone and all the excellent work on diversity and the ways that it affects all of us here in Trumbull. Separately, as a person new to the 5G topic, I am interested in learning what the health effects on humans and wildlife within. I believe what Judith has said earlier is that—
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you, Ms. Cholet. You were not here earlier, but I had told everyone that you may not speak to any issue that's not on our agenda this evening. And I've already asked 2 other individuals not to speak. If you are going to be speaking about 5G technology or anything else that's not on our agenda, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to remove yourself from the Zoom meeting because we're not considering any of that this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Sue Neal.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Sue Neal. And sorry, wait a minute, I'm not starting the video. I'm Sue Neal and I live at 284 Unity Road. I've lived in Trumbull most of my life. I grew up here and I came back to raise my kids here. And the reason I did, I have 2 biracial sons, half black, half white. And I thought Trumbull, based on my experiences growing up here, would be the perfect place to raise them. And it was, and it wasn't. Trumbull seems to have gotten more racist over time, which is interesting to me, instead of progressing the other way. It's still a wonderful town. My children got great educations. My older one went on and got his master's at NYU, so obviously he learned a lot here. But I fully support this edit task force, especially after having seen what people are writing in response to it. I was horrified at what I was seeing. How could anyone be against education and exposure and just trying to do better? I'm hearing comments like, oh, they had the rally, what more do they need? Well, quite a bit. One of the comments that was just made 2 people ago was, why did it take so long for this to happen? Why did it take George Floyd? And everyone's seeing that. I think part of the reason is most white people, even if they're very good, even if they're not racist, they don't know what's going on. They are not exposed to it. They don't see it. They don't fully understand systemic racism. They don't get it all. They need the education. They need the exposure. And I think watching what happened to George Floyd, watching that cop on his neck for that long, woke a lot of people up and made a lot of people sit up and say, wow, what's going on? So I think this task force is so necessary. And I think it can do nothing but good. And I do not at all understand why anyone would ever be against it. It can only benefit everyone. People of color, minorities, white people, everyone can serve to benefit this, and it'll just make the town a better place and more inclusive for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ashley Pascarella.
Can you, oh, nope, hold on. Can you see me? Hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can see you. Thank you.
I'm
Hello.
100%, hello, my name is Ashley Pascarella. I live at 9 Southgate Road in Trumbull. I'm completely unprepared to give a formal statement, so I'm just gonna speak a little bit off the cuff. I've lived here for 2 years. I have a toddler, and since I've lived here, the town is lovely. The parks are lovely. People seem very nice, but I've noticed there's a really large lack of diversity in the town in general. And I'm originally from Indiana, which is a very different world than here. And I kind of wanted to move away from that. And when I moved here and I started to see some of the comments on, I think the last speaker was just saying about the task force and whatnot about how people don't think it's necessary. First of all, I just want to formally say I'm 100% in favor of the edit committee. But I also want to say that having a child, I want him to understand diversity and be exposed to diversity. And I want people here to understand it too, and I think that we all have a lot to learn, kind of, again, piggybacking off of what the last speaker just said. I think that the future of our town is younger people. And as I'm not a baby, I'm a little bit younger than, some of my neighbors. And I think that the up and coming community is going to make this town go forward. And I hope that in putting something into effect like this task force, I hope that that will open people's eyes a little bit, maybe break down some of the walls for people of color in the community and, groups that maybe don't feel properly represented. And I'm really hopeful that this task force will do that for the community. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised to speak. And so our public comment is officially closed. And that brings us to the approval of the minutes from our last meeting. We all received copies. I'd like a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
Dawn Cantafio, so moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Bruce Alstein.
Thank you. Any discussion regarding the minutes? Any modifications, omissions? All right, hearing none. Margaret, do we need a roll call for all of your votes this evening?
I don't know. We need to ask Dan.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, yes. I'm sorry, Margaret.
No worries. Dawn Cantafio.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
Yes.
Michael Miller.
Yes.
Donna Siddell. I can't hear Donna. We'll come back to her. Mary Isaac.
Yes.
Tony Cinto.
Yes.
Keith Klain.
Yes.
Kevin Shively.
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
Yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
Eric Paulson.
Yes.
Lori Vasasco Schwartz.
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein.
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne.
Yes.
Joe Garrix.
Yes.
Bruce Elstein.
Yes.
Joy Cologne.
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano.
Yes.
Lisa Valente.
Yes.
And Donna Siddell, are you here? If you are, unmute yourself, please. Maybe we lost her.
I don't see her.
Okay, maybe we lost her, Madam Chair.
Oh, I do see her and she's not muted. Maybe she stepped away for a moment.
Okay. How do you want to handle this?
She's not voting. I think it
Okay.
passes in any case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We have one discussion item this evening, and it's the 2020 Trumbull Redistricting Committee update, which is just an executive summary. Their final report was posted on the town website June 23rd, and I believe we have the chairman with us this evening to give us a brief executive summary report.
Yes.
Laurel, are you on? Yes, you are. Hello.
Hello. So good evening. My name is Laurel Anderson. I reside at 5241 Main Street. I am chairman of the 2020 Trumbull Redistricting Committee, and it is my pleasure on behalf of the committee, whose members are Kevin Shively, Tony Cinto, and Tom Kelly, to advise the council that a final report has been produced by the committee. A summary of our findings is as follows. The committee was charged by the town council to develop a redistricting plan comprising voting districts of substantially equal populations and the specific district boundary lines. After research, review, and consideration, the committee unanimously agreed to recommend seven voting districts. The actual configurations of the 7 districts would be similar to the pre-2012 voting districts, but developed in compliance with 1 person, 1 vote requirements. A summary of our guidelines that we used is that we did not use voter registration data in any of our deliberations. We did not take into account the current residence locations of any of the town council. One definite was that census blocks could not be split up in designing these districts. The 2010 census data is the most currently available and therefore was what we had to use. It was recommended within the committee that we create as few split districts as possible. That we would comply with the 1 person, 1 vote requirements. We also agreed that the prior 7 district configuration was out of compliance with the 1 person, 1 vote and could therefore not be used as a model for us. And the committee decisions did not consider polling place locations or the impact on voter turnout. That was not the purview of this committee. So the committee deliberations focus on the charge it was given and did not examine or make recommendations about the merits of the current 4 district versus 7 district voting structure. During deliberations, the only options we identified that would achieve substantially equal districts for a 21 seat town council would be 1 district, 3 districts, or 7 districts. The committee unanimously agreed that the best of those options to meet the requirements placed upon the committee by the town council was 7 districts. I want to thank the committee members for their diligent work. We also had several people who helped us. Dan Shopik, thank you very much. Richard White and Steve Early, one of our town engineers, in addition to Jean Ravenel, who was our committee clerk. Wanted to thank you all very much for your work with us in this endeavor. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson, and we all appreciate your work and your time. I mean, all of you are volunteers, and we know that many, many hours were put into this.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report.
My pleasure.
Okay. We will move on to the next item, which is new business. Does anyone have any new business to bring forward to the council? Okay, seeing none, I would like Councilman Miller to bring resolution TC 28-80 to the floor for us, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Resolution TC 28-80 to consider and act upon a resolution which would acknowledge receipt of the submittal of the first draft report of proposed charter changes by the Charter Revision Commission 2020 and take such further action as deemed appropriate. LNA, public hearing LNA, July 6, 2020.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I apologize for being a stickler, but Councilman Miller, you need to read the resolution.
All right, I didn't read the resolution. Then I read the new business discussion item. Great. Let's try that again. Resolution TC 28-80, be it resolved that the first draft report of charter changes as approved by the Charter Revision Commission 2020 on June 24th, 2020 is hereby accepted. Be it further resolved in accordance with section 7-191 of the Connecticut General Statutes that if the town council makes no recommendations for changes in said draft report is deemed the final report.
Okay, thank you. May I have a second?
Ron Contafio, second.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
This is Jason Marsh. Madam Chair, the committee report is quite lengthy and dare I say will be redundant to discussion that I'm sure is going to ensue for this motion. So I would move that the council waive the reading of the committee minutes with the note that the Legislative and Administrative Committee did vote excuse me, 4-2 to receive the commission's report and present it to the council.
All right, thank you, Councilman Marsh, and I do agree. Motion on the floor to waive the reading of the lengthy minutes. May I have a second?
Eric Paulson, I will second that.
Thank you. May I have the roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, if I may, this is Dan Shopik. This is something, if you have unanimous consent, you could go on.
Oh, thank you. Well, how nice. All right, with special exception, we don't need a roll call vote. And before we begin to discuss this, I'd like to remind the public, because the public is watching, that any recommendations made this evening by the council on the charter revision report that's been presented to us from the Charter Revision Commission, any recommendations that we make this evening, we vote to send those recommendations back to the Charter Revision Commission, and then they deliberate again. And then once they've deliberated on our recommendations, we come together in a joint meeting to decide the final draft. And then the town council presents it to the public, and the residents, the voters in Trumbull, people who vote in Trumbull, will vote on the final version of this charter revision. The town council does not vote on the final version. The residents do at the polling places. So without further ado, let's begin our discussion of charter revision. And the way I'd like to do this evening, does everyone have their copy of their draft report in front of them? Okay, what I'm going to do is go through this chapter by chapter, and if you have, if you'd like to make a motion to make a recommendation regarding the draft that we received, please make a motion, and we'll second it, and we'll discuss it, and then we'll vote. And a majority vote sends the recommendation. Yes, Councilman Massaro.
No, this is Tony Cinto. Sorry, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought Councilman Massaro.
We look alike.
The most important thing on this is the questions. So when do you propose that you make motions on the questions rather than the text? Or are we going to wait to the questions and let that go back to them and then come back with the questions? Because the questions are the most important thing on the whole thing.
Okay, we have to decide on the final report, the total final report, before we can put questions forward. So we're in a process. I know that takes a little time, but this is the way it works. We can't create questions from a document that isn't final. That's all. Councilman Massaro, do you still have a comment, question?
I do. I have a motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
I move that all of the topics, suggested changes and reconsiderations brought up in L&A be sent to the Charter Revision Commission for further consideration.
I second that.
Okay, so all of the recommendations that were made in committee, but were only voted on by the committee, you want sent to the Charter Revision Commission. I believe the full council has to vote on the recommendations.
Madam Chair, I don't recall that recommendations were actually made at L&A. We had discussion, but there were no motions for recommendations at L&A, so there is nothing in the record to send back.
Okay, well, regardless, we have to vote on the recommendations as a council, not as a subcommittee. I understand expediency, Councilman Massaro, I understand your point, but I do believe that we need to vote as a council, not as a subcommittee.
I do, I understand that, but I think the way the L&A committee discussion went, there were a number of topics raised, a number of questions. I requested a legal opinion on placing the number of districts in the charter.
Absolutely, and when we get to that portion of the document, then please do bring that up. But we'll just go chapter by chapter this evening, and when we get to that portion, please bring that up, and you can motion to recommend, and we'll vote. Any further comments, questions? It's really
Yeah,
very,
I have a comment.
yes.
Then what Carl's asking, we're just gonna have to redo everything now.
Well, actually,
Because that's what I'm gonna do. Everything I said then, I'm gonna say now.
okay.
I'm gonna
and-
make motions on everything. Carl
Okay.
was trying to make it simple. If you want to do it this way, that's fine. But you're cutting out the process here. You're trying to shorten the process to make it easier instead of doing this correctly. The
No.
last time we did this, we took it till 3 o'clock in the morning.
This-
You guys want to zip through it? That's up to you.
This is not zipping. We are following the process. We have the town attorney here. If you would like him to opine on the process, we can have him do that.
That would be a good idea.
Can
Yeah,
Attorney
so-
Chopin, please tell us the process.
Yeah, I think the process is as the chair has laid it out. I don't think you can vote to approve something that was just a discussion at the committee meeting. You have, nobody made a motion at the committee meeting to make any recommendations. So you need to go one by one. And if you make a motion, if it passes, it goes back to the committee. If it back to the Charter Revision Commission. If it doesn't pass, it's done.
We all didn't participate in that subcommittee, and this evening we're all participating. That's the process.
If I knew we had to make motions the other night, maybe that's my fault for forgetting. I would have done so.
No,
Nobody said anything. We were doing it for 2 hours. Nobody said one thing.
no, tonight you make the motions. At the-
Okay, we'll just have to redo everything we did the other night then.
Okay. All right. Chapter 1, which is page 2 of the draft report. Are there any recommendations regarding Chapter 1? There was nothing discussed in
Motion,
regarding Chapter
This
1.
is Carl Massaro, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Motion to leave the definition of days as currently exists in the charter and to reject the proposed change.
and the proposed change is that the charter are calendar days, not business days, correct? Just for the public. Okay, so currently they're business days and the commission proposed language is that they are calendar days, correct?
Correct.
And you would like it to remain as business days,
Yes.
correct? Okay, does everyone understand what Councilman Massaro is putting forward as a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Cindy Katsky. I'm the clerk for the Charter Revision Commission. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear. The first recommendation is about the definition of the word days, and it's generally remaining as business days. There's a clarification that business days are defined as days that the town clerk's office is open Monday through Friday. The commission thought that clarity was needed, and that in this particular change, all references to days in Chapter 2 are calendar days. So there's no, there are a number of instances where the commission recommended that days be designated calendar days, but there was no blanket change of all days to calendar days, which sounds like what is being discussed, but I don't think that's really.
So this is a misinterpretation, and if I understand you correctly, the days are only referenced to days that the town clerk's office is open Monday through Friday.
Well, that's the definition of business days.
Mm-hmm.
And the default in the charter is business days unless otherwise specified. And this is specifying that in Chapter 2, every instance of days is to be calendar days instead of business days, just in Chapter 2. So I'm just trying to understand if that's what Mr. Councilman Massaro is referencing.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'll withdraw that motion and I'll make a different motion. I'll move to strike the last sentence, which reads, all sentences to days in chapter 2 of this charter are calendar days. We would need a second to discuss it.
A second, please, with your
I'll
name.
second it.
Okay, thank you. That was Councilman Cinto as a second. And so now further discussion on the new motion on the floor that,
There-
go ahead.
I'm sorry. The reason for that motion is that although it is a difficult task to get a agenda completed and noticed 5 business days in advance of meetings, I think the public deserves that amount of time. The work we do is complicated, as evidenced by tonight's agenda. And I think 5 business days notice would better serve the public interest.
Okay, does everyone understand the motion on the floor now? Any questions, discussion? All right. Seeing none, I'm sorry, Councilman Klain.
Yes, does someone from the revision committee want to give us some more color as to why the decision was made to change it from business to calendar days before we vote, or?
Yes, I think we have someone here from the, yes, we do. Ms. Donahue, would you
Kate
like?
Donahue, yep, Chair of the Commission. Yeah, we were looking to, as we said in the reasoning, to allow boards and commissions to function administratively more effectively, and to just make it more logical as to how things were gonna run. We looked through the entire charter to try to figure out where can we make this work better for the town. I understand Councilman Massaro's point. However, it does get kind of confusing when you're trying to figure out when things are due. So we were trying to get some common language that would make it easier for everybody to understand.
Okay, thank you. Any further?
Yeah, I would just add that actually for council members, their committee members, and people from the town departments who are going to present information benefit from the additional time using business days as a standard instead of calendar days for notices.
I can just make a note here. This is Kate Donahue again. We actually had feedback from some of the town departments that to the contrary.
Okay. Any further comment? Discussion? Okay. Then we will call this to a vote. Roll call, please.
Fontecchio.
No.
Bill Mecca,
No.
Michael Miller,
No.
Donna Sidell, don't hear Donna. We'll move on. Mary Isaac.
No.
Tony Cinto,
Yes.
Keith Klain,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore. Tom, you are muted. Tom, you are muted.
No.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
No.
and Lisa Valente. Lisa, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion fails. 6-14.
Okay, thank you. Any further motions, recommendations in chapter 1? Chapter 2, motions or recommendations.
Madam Chair.
Who is calling me? Councilman Marsh.
Madam Chair, I have a recommendation with regard to Chapter 2, Section 2, Legislative Branch, composition and election of first paragraph, page 3. I would recommend that the current language enumerating the number of voting districts be stricken, and in substitution, recommend that a statement that the number of voting districts and or the boundaries of said districts shall only be changed by vote of not less than 2/3 of the council.
John Contapio, second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor regarding the proposed language in chapter 2, section 2. Any discussion or comment regarding this?
Yeah, this is Tony Sintel.
Thank you, Tony.
Why are we making, if we don't have a legal opinion on what Carl asked for, how can we make this change?
This is Jason Marsh again. I think the change obviates the need for a legal opinion. After Councilman Massaro raised his concerns on Monday's LNA meeting, I did some research on my own, and I came across the landmark decision of Haley versus Massaro, wherein Judge Bellis affirmatively stated that the town council is the sole body that has the authority to change the number of or boundaries of the voting districts. So by removing the language that was proposed in section 2 by the commission, we are within the bounds of Judge Bellis's decision. I will note that I don't think Judge Bellis's decision would withstand scrutiny, particularly given the fact that several other municipalities have such provisions in their charters. But given where we want to direct efforts, I don't think challenging that decision is in the best interest of the town. So we will just take the issue off the table.
So that removes the question that they proposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Sinto, yes, is the answer.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you're taking the change in the charter out. One of the questions.
That's Councilman Marsh's recommendation.
Well, the only thing, I'm sorry, Mary Beth, the only thing that I think is making a 2/3 vote when voting to open it up is only a simple majority vote. I think that's, I think you should just leave it at a simple majority rather than a 2/3 vote. Because to start a redistricting committee, you only need 11 votes. But to redistrict, you need 14. Am I correct? Dan could probably correct me if I'm wrong.
You need 2/3 to open the charter.
To open the charter, but not to redistrict. You only need 11 votes to redistrict. You don't have to open the charter to redistrict. You can redistrict every year if you want.
Understood. And my recommendation is to not make that happen, is to make it a more difficult process to redistrict.
Yeah. Can I just ask a question? And again,
you can't do that.
Jason, I being a stickler as well. Yes, you can. If we pass it, Tony. Would you mind reading the proposed language of what you said? Just just so I can read it against, hear it against what.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Keith. I didn't mean to. I don't have a formal proposal. This is, off the cuff recommendation, but the language would read to the effect that the number of voting districts and/or the boundaries of said districts shall only be changed by a vote of not less than 2/3 of the council.
Okay, but my point is I would be supportive of this, but I just want to see the exact language. I don't know how you want to handle that, Madam Chair, and what we officially send to the revision committee in terms of recommendations, but.
This is Tony again. Jason, I mean, I don't completely I like that you're pulling it off the table, but making it a 14 vote, what if the town changed dramatically and you have way more people on one side of town and the other side of the town? That may happen, it may not happen. And you go to redistrict and you have to redistrict for the one man, one vote rule, but you fall vote short, then what happens?
No, Councilman Cinto, I think we're not talking about the same thing. He's talking about changing the number of districts. You're talking about changing the lines of the districts.
Well, he brought it up.
Talking about the number of districts. It's
And
still different.
This is Jason Marsh. I don't think the language I'm proposing would supersede state statute. And if state statute requires one man, one vote, and the lines need to be withdrawn, that would certainly preempt the charter. Would it not, Attorney Shopik?
Yeah, if I could, this is Dan Chopik. I think I'm not muted. First of all, this is a motion to send this to the Charter Revision Commission to come up with specific language which would address this particular motion. So it doesn't really matter the exact language that Mr. Marsh proposes, because it's going to go back to the Charter Revision Commission. As long as they address the issue as proposed, then it would come back. It'll come back to the council in a joint meeting between the council and the Charter Revision Commission. It may then be further changed, but this brings the question, is recommending that the Charter Revision Commission consider this change. Charter Revision Commission would have the right to come back and say, no, we don't want to make the change. But then the council has the final right with regard to what goes onto the ballot.
Yeah, my question is just like, what is the vehicle in which we're going to communicate these to do we need specific language? Doesn't sound like we do. So that we can get, because if we don't need specific language, I would like to get all of Mr. Lee's ethic recommendations before them to consider as well, that he made during public comment. But I don't know how officially we have to present these to the revision committee to consider.
Well, I would say it's Dan Shopik again. If you wait till we get to the Ethics Commission, and then you make that proposal, I think the minutes of the public comment will reflect I think the essence of what Mr. Lee had to say, and that can be your recommendation, your motion, if it passes, to send that back to the commission for further review. But the motion on the floor right now is Mr. Marsh's motion with regard to recommending to the Charter Revision Commission that they eliminate their recommendation to go to the set 7 districts in the charter, and that they adopt a 2/3 vote to change the districts. Charter Revision Commission then could only could just say, we're going to go back to, or we recommend you go back to the existing language in the charter. That would be acceptable. All right, so they get to it's a 2-part motion, but the Charter Revision Commission can take it up, deal with it, and then come to the council, and you will have that opportunity again to have that conversation with Charter Revision directly.
Thanks, Dan.
And the estimate of a 5 a.m. meeting is getting long behind us. So.
Okay. All right, Councilman Massaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Councilman Marsh. I understand your motion. My question is, the original language is lined out. Are we looking for the commission to reinstate that?
Yes, if I wasn't clear, that we would undo the changes that were made in section 2 and add my proposed recommendation.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further comment? We're going to try to move a little more quickly, people. All right. Any further comment? Thank you. We'll take this to a vote. Motion on the floor. We need a roll call, please.
John Contafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Michael Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sedell.
Yes.
Yes. Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Vazasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glosser Ornstein,
Yes.
Steve LeMoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Nice, unanimous. Any further recommendations for the proposed language in chapter 2? Councilman Marsh. Did you raise your hand?
I did. And it is a general recommendation but I believe it first comes up in chapter 2, section 5A, legislative branch meetings, page 4, where we talk about posting. This has to do with posting notices on the town website in lieu of newspaper postings. And having, so I would recommend that we do not accept that proposal and recommend to go back to the original language of noticing meetings and posting materials. I agree with comments that were made that it is perhaps places an undue hardship on people without ready access to computers or the internet.
Dawn Contafio, second.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
I wanted to make a similar motion, but I don't know if, Jason, you want to amend it to include, like, because I think it's important to include on the town website as well, because it looked like the Charter Revision Committee was trying to move towards an all electronic notification. But I think it's important that if things can be noticed by both in the newspaper and on the website, that would be probably, yeah, I think that would capture the spirit of what the Charter Revision was trying to do, while also meeting the needs of the existing community that still uses and buys the Trumbull Times.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. So
I think I'd have to make a motion to amend your motion.
My motion to say what he said.
And I'll second again.
Do that by
Dawn
unanimous.
Contafio.
Do that by unanimous consent. I don't think it's necessary to have a roll call vote on that secondary motion.
Attorney Shopik. Okay.
Attorney Shepard, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay.
I broke my own rule.
But we now have an amended motion on the floor. And if there's no further discussion, I'd like to bring it to a vote. Please. Thank you.
Madam Chair, didn't Mr. Shopik say that we could do this by unanimous consent, or is that
Oh, I
just for
thought
the
you
change?
By
of the motion?
amending his amendment.
Oh, okay. I got confused. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
let me say this. If somebody wants to move by unanimous consent, if there's anybody is not in favor of that, then you should go through roll call. If everybody is basically saying yes, we can do this by unanimous consent, I would say we don't need to go through the roll call.
Okay, well, just for me anyway, it's very difficult to see everybody on this screen. I actually have 2 pages of you. So I apologize if I don't see someone and you're raising your hand. I apologize. So are we going to agree to this unanimously?
Yes,
I see Councilman Massaro's hand.
yeah, I'll move unanimous consent.
Oh, great. Okay. All right, great. All right, unanimous consent. We're all in favor. Thank you. Terrific. Very good. We're moving right along now. Any further changes in proposed language in chapter 2? Moving to.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilman Massaro.
Mr. Flame.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion on Chapter 2, Section 5B, Legislative Branch Meetings, pages 4 and 5. There's a the proposed language change to move the noticing on the website no less than 48 hours to 24 hours. And I'd like to make a motion to move that back to 48 hours. It's for posting non-privileged materials onto the website.
Okay.
I would second.
Okay. Any discussion regarding this recommendation, which is related to the other recommendation?
Madam Chair, this is Dawn Contapio. Can we hear from Kate Donahue?
Yeah, actually, the reason why we made the change in the timing there was to align the charter with the Freedom of Information Act. So that's where we were going with that one. It wasn't an arbitrary change.
But the change, from my understanding from listening, was that the Freedom of Information Act is the minimum level. So we actually lowered it to theirs instead of giving more time. So we don't need, we're just out of line with the language. We're not in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act because we have actually a longer notice period than what they require.
Correct. We were trying to get alignment. That's what we were trying to do.
Okay, Councilman Marsh.
I think my only concern here is that in my time on the council, there has been instances where it's been difficult for whatever body or agency or department to get the materials needed within, that 48-hour time limit, just because things are moving quickly or developing, relatively close to the meeting. So I don't, I'm afraid that, not afraid, I just, I think the extra 24 hours leeway gives more time for the work to be done in order for the materials to be more accurate, fulsome, and helpful. So just my thought on that one.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would add, just from my experience in committees and even prior to sitting on the council, that there have been times that I've been on a committee where something couldn't come before a meeting because things changed at the last minute and we couldn't get materials up in time. Not only that, but also the fact that this is, like Mr. Klain mentioned, a minimum time requirement. And in those times when there isn't a pressure, I fully would expect that those materials would be produced as soon as they were available.
Okay, and that was Councilman Shively.
My apologies. Yes, Kevin Shively.
Councilman Shively. Okay, any further discussion? So this motion.
I'm actually afraid, Madam Chair, I didn't get a second for this. No one seconded.
Steve
I
did.
seconded.
Steve did.
Steve did? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Yes, I think Councilman Lemoyne seconded. Can you just repeat your motion one more time, because we've been going in circles? Thank you.
Sure. And I can email the change as well to the clerk. But on Chapter 2, Section 5B, Legislative Branch Meetings, page 4 and 5, to amend the language, proposed language back to 48 hours from the proposed 24.
Okay. All right. Everyone, that clear with everybody? All right. Because we went in a circle. Thank you so much. All right. Do we need a roll call vote, or is it unanimous?
I'll move unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilman Massaro.
I would object.
Okay.
This is Kevin Shively.
We need a vote then.
Okay, we need a vote.
Dawn Cantafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Michael Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sidell, Donna Sidell. We'll go back to her. Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
Lisa Valente,
Yes.
Donna Sidell, is she there? We'll put her down as not voting. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
I
there
don't know
she
why
is.
it's not working.
Okay, very good. So motion passes 19-1.
19-1. Thank you very much. Any other recommendations in chapter 2? Councilman Massaro.
Madam Chair, Section 6, adoption of legislation, the very last sentence which was added essentially waives the 15-day waiting period for appointments to members of boards, commissions, and committees. As I said Monday night at LNA, I've advocated this for 10 years. I'm in favor of it. I just need some clarification, so I'm making a motion to clarify that such appointments shall become effective immediately upon posting. What is the question on the town website? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we have motions and votes that get posted, supposed to be posted in 48 hours. And then we have minutes that come a little bit later, but you've got the first selectman's veto power that has a longer time frame. So it asks, my motion is to ask the commission to look at that and either put some accommodating language subject to the veto powers of the first selectman in chapter 3, or define what it is exactly that gets posted. Maybe it's the first selectman's sign off. There's a few ways to deal with that, but I think we don't know what is being referred to about posting on the website.
Okay, Chairman Donahue, do you have a comment to make regarding that?
I think I would say that we were going to have to look back at this one again anyway, because it falls under the whole publishing and posting issue.
Right, right.
So you can make that note.
Madam Chair.
A second.
Right, thank you.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Marsh? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dan Schoper, can I ask Mr. Massaro clarification? Just, are you suggesting that that particular provision will not be, should not be, that the newspaper publication should not apply to that section? That it would only be the posting?
I'm agreeing with the proposed change that makes appointments effective upon something and not waiting 15 days for 15 days after publication. It could be maybe the publication date is what we need to put in that sentence.
If I may, are you asking for the legal notice of publication to be posted on the website? The legal notice of adoption, I should say.
Well, I'm looking for whatever it is that gets us past the veto time period and to post it. The proposal is to put it on the town website. But what it is what I don't know. That's what I'm asking the commission to look at.
Right. And Chairman Donahue, you understand what he's asking, correct? Yes.
Yes, Kate Donahue, I do think I understand, Carl. And if we need clarification, we can touch base with you on that.
Okay. All right. Now, is that a recommendation that needs a vote, Attorney Shopik?
If we have unanimous consent, no, it doesn't.
All right, Councilman Massaro, that's your job now. Do we have, you want to make a motion for you?
Sure, I move unanimous consent.
Okay, so unanimous consent. Thank you so much, everybody. Any other recommendations for chapter 2? We're almost to chapter 3. Okay, no further recommendations for chapter 2. Any recommendations in chapter 3?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Massaro.
Thank you. I understand from the committee that there were a lot of clarifications in section 3. This deals with temporary absences and vacancies of the first selectman office. And I'm not sure I understood all of the changes. Maybe I just have to study it a little more, but I would like the commission to look at that. My thought on a couple of things on succession to the first selectman's office. I know the commission clarified that on a temporary absence, the order of selection would be made by the first selectman for the treasurer, then the council chairman. And then similarly on a vacancy, which is a permanent loss of the first selectman, again, there's an ascendancy. I would just note that giving first priority to the treasurer creates a vacancy in the treasurer's position, which would then require its own, or potentially its own special election. Whereas if the ascendancy was first given to the chairman of the council, council has its own way of filling the vacancy of a council member.
I see. You're saying that the treasurer does not have a vice treasurer and the chairman of the council has a vice chair. Is that your reasoning?
No, my reasoning is that when there's a vacancy for treasurer, there's a provision for a special election. But there is not if the council chair ascends to the first selectman's office, the council, and specifically the party whose member leaves, fills that vacancy.
Well, if you're speaking about section,
Special election.
it's a disability, personal emergency, or temporary absence, not a permanent absence. It's just
Right. Temporary is one thing, but permanent vacancy, I guess, is the one that I'm.
Yeah, that's B. That's addressed in B.
Yeah, that's what I'm really pointing to.
Yeah, I don't believe that references the treasurer. I think A.
Yeah. So
treasurer.
I'm just indicating that you're going to create a vacancy that calls for a different special election. Might end up having two special elections, one for first selectman and another one for treasurer.
No, because the treasurer would only be first selectman for a temporary period of time. There would be no election in A. It's temporary.
But if the treasurer becomes the first selectman, either by special election or simply by appointment, there's another vacancy in the treasurer's position, which then may call for actually another potential special election. I would just throw that out.
Okay, I don't see where it says that, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
No, it doesn't say it right in here, but I know in fact, if you look at the treasurer's, either the state statute or the treasurer provision in the charter, there is an ability to call for a special election for both the first selectman and a treasurer vacancy. You could potentially create two,
Okay.
have two specials.
All right. So is that a recommendation or is this just a review?
Yeah, it's a recommendation for the commission to consider that aspect of the ascendancy.
Chairman Donahue, would you like to address this at all or just review?
I think there's already provisions for any of the executive branch offices to, if they become vacated, to be filled. So I guess I'm not seeing the urgency on this one. Does anybody else on the commission want to weigh in on this? I know everybody, I think everybody's here. Mr. Tesoro, I think you worked on this one. And you're muted. Still muted.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, there are many people who like to keep me on permanent mute. The issue we had, quite honestly, was that we felt that when a town-wide elected official is unable to perform their duties in the second part on a permanent basis, that it would be better if a town-wide elected official was put in that position versus a person who was elected in a district, although they do ultimately get voted on by the entire council to be chair. We felt that that having a town-wide elected official by the people would be a better solution. Also, it's very clear as to the line of succession. It would be first selectman, treasurer, then town council chair. And that way it took out any politics out of it, who was picking who. So we did it for two reasons. One, as I mentioned, make sure that a town-wide official elected town-wide took the place of the first selectman, and two, to eliminate the politics of trying to pick and choose a person of your own party. So we want to clarify that line of succession. So we did it.
Okay. Any further comments? And we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to this recommendation?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe I'm the only one, but I don't understand what the recommendation actually is. I mean, is the recommendation just to ask them to go back and look at it? Is that all we're saying? Because
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Go back and look at it. Yes. Okay. Okay. So is this a unanimous? Do we all feel that in favor of just having them go back and look at it?
I will second his motion. I don't know that we actually had a second, so.
Okay, I thought we did, but all right. So Councilman Massaro, would you like to move to make this unanimous?
Yes, I move unanimous consent.
Thank you. Okay,
Second.
thank you. It's unanimous, thank you. Okay, any other changes to chapter 3? Okay, let's move to chapter 4. Any changes in chapter 4?
Madam Chair, there's just, they'll be included in the list of newspaper and website, but I won't bring them out specifically, but there's at least 2 in there.
Thank you, Councilman Klein. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's included. That's a umbrella covering. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair.
Chapter. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry, are you going to chapter 4?
Yes.
I have a motion. Section can't find it, sorry.
Okay. Okay, are we moving on?
No, I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. I think I found it. I think in section 3, duties of the town council, there was not a change, But as we discussed in committee, Section 3, subsection capital B, Town Council shall consider the budget recommended by the Board of Finance and shall adopt the budget no later than the second Monday in May and submit the same to the first selectman within 2 days of adoption. I brought up in committee, and I brought up in prior council meetings, that adopting the budget after April 30th, as we traditionally had it in the charter, creates difficulty over the Board of Ed in terms of the legal notice they're required to give their employees that they're not going to be rehired on May 1st. And they have to do that in order to protect the proposed budget that doesn't allow them to carry forward their full staffings at that point in time. So that my motion here is to change the date to April 30th from the second Monday in May.
Okay, and this is not proposed language that's in our current document. This is a new recommendation, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll
Okay,
second Mr. Massaro's motion for the sake of discussion.
okay, thank you. And Marsh.
Madam Chair. While I understand Mr. Massaro's concern, two issues. One, the reason why the dates have been moved as far forward as they have is that in recent budget cycles, the state has delayed getting us its number. So it's hard for the town to provide the Board of Ed a number when we don't know what we're getting from the state in terms of ECS monies and or possible cuts there too. I would also note that we were able to change the budget dates pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 7-191B, which, as I read it, is still effective. So it kind of renders Mr. Massaro's recommendation moot, because the council still retains the authority to amend through the charter by legislative action the budget dates. So I think because 7-191B is still good law, that we don't need to amend the charter.
And through the chair, Jason, is it by simple majority or 2/3 vote that we needed when we did that, when we changed the date?
Hold on one second. I'm just, my computer.
2/3, Dan Shopik, 2/3.
2/3, okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I would note that if my motion to change the date is approved in this vote, I would have to go to Section 2, Sub B, which is the Board of Finance, I'm sorry, Sub D, and make them give the recommended budget to the council earlier than the 2nd April.
I see.
I just note that.
Through the chair. This is
Yes.
actually Gadiana. This seems like a double-edged sword, right? We either put the town in a kind of sticky situation where they don't have all the information to make up a much larger budget, or we put the Board of Education in perhaps a sticky situation where they don't have all the information they need to inform teachers. So I don't know that there's a good solution to this, because in either case, some entity kind of ends up without the right pieces of information to make the decision.
Through the chair, just to carry forward the discussion on 7-191. I think that provides us the flexibility we need to adjust. If in a year we believe we're going to get information earlier, that the council has the ability to move the dates. I doubt we're going to have that information, but we do have the flexibility to do that. And if past practice is any predictor of future budget cycles, I think we're going to need the extra time.
Madam Chair, I would just point out that generally, but nothing is too general anymore. The state wraps up its legislative year, I think the first week of June, and they have a biennial budget, first of all. So they don't consider a state budget and funding of municipalities every year. They do it every other year. It's unfortunate over the last several years, budget cycles on the state level, they couldn't come up with a state budget one year until October, late October. We had to go through a lot of permutations and combinations to adopt a budget. This year, for instance, we knew pretty much what we were getting. So to have used an April 30th date would have saved the Board of Ed. At least every other year we can save the Board of Ed, parents, teachers, administrators, the aggravation of not knowing what's going to happen to them. That's why I'm asking the revision commission to reconsider putting April 30th back in.
Right,
Madam Chair,
yes,
I would just ask the question through the chair to Mr. Massaro. Am I correct in remembering that don't those notices typically go out every year? Is it your position that this would actually prevent the Board of Ed from being required to send out those notices? Is that the intent of what you're trying to achieve? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Well, for most of the time that I've been on the council, we've had an April 30th deadline to adopt the budget. So the next day on May 1st, the superintendent and the board knows what money they have to deal with. And so they have a more intelligent rationale for notices that they send out. They are relieved, if you will, on the night of April 30th by knowing how much money they're going to get, and therefore they can calculate that into how many staff people they can retain or new hires they can make, or whatever the case. If you never adopt a budget by April 30th, they will send out all of the termination notices on May 1st that they have to, with the amount of money that they think they're not going to get.
Right. Again, through the chair, which is very often all non-tenured positions, right? So, or at least most, if not all. So I guess what you're saying is that there will be notices. I guess you're just trying to reduce the number of notices and make it a little bit more accurate an estimate. Is that the goal?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to not get 250 emails every budget year from teachers and parents and students, etc. when we don't adopt the budget by April 30th. Sometimes we get them anyway, but I mean, this year was, a lot.
Yeah, well, we've had a few of those years, I think, actually, unfortunately. So yeah. So, I thank you. Thank you for explaining. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's a motion on the floor by Councilman Massaro. Does he have a second?
Yes.
He has a second, thank you. Do we need a roll call vote?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please call the roll.
Dawn Cantapio?
No.
Bill Mecca?
No.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You're muted.
No.
Thank you. Michael Miller?
No.
Donna Sedell? We'll come back to Donna. Mary Isaac? Mary, you did that fast. Say it
Oh.
again.
No.
Thank you. Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
No.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
No.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
No.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Donna Sidell. Can anybody see her?
Councilman Siddell has her audio off and video off as well.
Okay, so we'll put her down as not voting.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Motion fails. 6-13.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to chapter 5. Recommendations for, I'm sorry. Somebody just said something? No. Okay, moving on to chapter 5. Any recommendations for chapter 5, the proposed language in chapter 5? Okay, chapter 7, proposed language in chapter 7. Where? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Klein?
Yeah, I have a motion for chapter 7.
Yes.
Section 1A, Boards and Commissions, Board of Finance, Composition and Election, page 27. There's no current language, but the proposed language includes including alternate members of the Democratic and the Republican Party. And I would like to make a motion to strike that new language. It wasn't been there before. And I think they should rethink. Well, I appreciate what they want to do, but I don't think we should be referencing political parties in the charter. I think they could come up with something better than that. Sorry.
Second it.
Okay, so second by Councilman Massaro. Discussion regarding the removal of the proposed.
Through the chair, could we hear from Ms. Donahue on this, please?
Yes, please do. She with us?
Kate Donahue, I'm here. Yes, we went back and forth on this quite a few times. What's the definition of a major party? We had it originally as just each party. So we finally settled on specifying the two parties. What about the Green Party? What about the whatever, party? So we didn't think major parties was definitive enough. If you want us to look at it again, we'd be happy to do that.
I'll move unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent? Looks that way. Okay, thank you very much. Unanimous consent on that. Okay, chapter 7. Any further? Oh,
Yeah, this is Tony Sinto. I'd like to make a motion on section 3, Board of Education.
Section 3, Board of Education, yes.
Page 27 to 28.
Yes.
I'd like to strike all the changes and leave it the way it is, because the way they want to set this up is that the town committees would pick the Board of Education members. And the people would never get a vote on who's on the Board of Ed. So the
I second
motion is
it.
just to put it back the way it was.
Right, okay. Do I have a second to?
I second.
Thank you. Councilman Moyne seconds. And now discussion regarding Councilman Sinto's recommendation to remove the proposed language.
Through the chair, again, I'd like to hear from the commission, please.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Donahue.
This is Kate Donahue again. It's definitely the opinion of the commission that the Board of Ed needs to be as apolitical as possible. Actually, for decades, the Board of Ed operated as a 6-member board balanced by party. It worked because it forced the members to compromise. And I think it's in the best interest of the community to create that sort of environment again. I'm also going to go ahead and defend the 4 years right now. That board handles over $100 million in budget. It's only 8 people. They've got a large number, thousands of employees. And as opposed to the town council, which has 21 members, to spread the work out among the Board of Ed only has 8. So that's where I think the longer tenure makes more sense for the Board of Ed. It's a lot of money, it's a lot of people, it's a lot of activity to manage. And compounded by the fact that they have to put a budget together within a month or so of being elected, I think the 4-year terms make a lot more sense. And I would say this is the one that really needs to go to the people in November to decide.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm looking at the language and I can't find anything in it that would suggest, I mean, it seems to me to be an assumption that any town party committee would choose who's on the Board of Ed. I mean, what we're talking about here, and the language is very clear, that no more than 4 members of the 8 would be from the same political party. It does not spell out who defines those people. Now, obviously, parties do nominate people, and we can nominate obviously up to the number of seats that are available, but only then half of those would actually be able to win. There's no provision in this that would prevent anyone from any other political party or any political party for that matter, or an affiliated person from petitioning to run for Board of Ed. In fact, we've had, in fact, even in the most recent election, someone not from the 2 major parties run for town council. Now, obviously, people that come from a political party may have the advantage of running with a party, but then they have that same advantage running for any position in elected government. So I don't see any language here that actually spells out that, you know, that it would only be the 2 major political parties which would seat members of the Board of Education. In fact, it's very clearly spelled out that there very easily could be not someone from the 2 major parties sitting on the Board of Education.
Well, Kevin, this is the reason why, this is Tony Cinto, by the way. The reason why we changed it in 2012 was because there was a 6-member board with a 2-year seat. The 2-year seat ran every 2 years. That seat was the number 7 seat. The other 6 seats were always picked by the town committees. So one year, say, if there was 3 running, 2 of one party would run and 1 of the other party would run. The next 2 years, it would be 1 of one party and 2 of the other party. So the town committees picked the folks who were on the Board of Ed. So when the people go to vote, they're not really voting because it's already fixed. That's the reason why we changed it in 2012 to make it a 2-year term, so the people get to vote for all the Board of Ed people every 2 years, just like the town councils every 2 years. That was the reasoning for doing it back in 2012.
Oops, sorry, Tony, I thought you were done.
That's okay.
You know, this is an area, and I spoke up about this on whatever evening it was, Monday evening in committee, that I can actually see both sides to this argument. But part of this process is to get together a document that we feel comfortable putting forth to the public and taking it out of the council hands and instead turning it over to the public to make some decisions. So I have to agree with Ms. Donahue's position that this, perhaps more than almost any other item on this charter revision, should sit with the public for them to vote on during an election. So for that reason, I would urge us to leave it as is and to let this go to the public for a vote.
You are correct. But as long as the people know what they're voting for, it's all about, as long as they have the information, I'm happy with that.
Thanks, Tony.
And that last comment was by Councilman Cinto.
They have to know that they're not, when they go to vote, their vote is kind of meaningless for the Board of Ed, if you do it this way. That's how it was done when I got involved. 3 and 3, and there was one seat that was every 2 years. That was the only seat that ran every 2 years. The rest of them ran every 4 years, and they were alternating, and the town committees picked the people, and they were already on the Board of Ed. So let it go to the people and let them see what they're going to do.
Okay, that was Councilman Cinto. Yes, Chairman Donovan.
Kate Donahue again. If I could just point out, Tony, I don't know if you remember back when it was a six-member board, there were at least 2 times that I can remember where there ended up being a primary on one side of the aisle or the other. So where more people were running for the seats than there were seats. It's up to the town committees to run, to make these competitive seats.
Well, Kate, I'm just going by from when I got involved in 2004 till now. I don't know. You're possibly correct. I just remember, that's what I remember from that. Because that's when I first got involved, the 2-year seat was just added, and there was all kinds of lawsuits and who was doing what. And that's, if I remember correctly, and then they finally got it on that. They finally put the seat in. But you're right. There could be a primary. You're correct.
Thank you. Councilman Cinto. Okay.
Did he withdraw his motion, or do we vote?
I am not sure. Where are we now with this?
There's a motion on the floor to strike the proposed language.
Yeah, I think we should vote.
I think we should vote also. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Dawn Cantafio?
No.
Bill Mecca? Can't hear you, Bill.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Michael Miller?
No.
Donna Sidell? We'll come back. Mary Isaac?
No.
Tony Cinto?
Yes.
Keith Klein?
No.
Kevin Shively?
No.
Thomas Whitmore?
No.
Jason Marsh?
No.
Carl Massaro?
Yes.
Eric Paulson?
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz?
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Ornstein?
No.
Steve Lemoyne?
Yes.
Joe Garrix?
No.
Bruce Elstein?
No.
Joy Cologne?
No.
Ashley Gaudiano?
No.
Lisa Valente?
Yes.
And Donna Sidell.
Donna is muted.
Donna, you're muted. Donna, you're muted. Could you unmute yourself?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Yes.
My, okay.
Sucks.
Feel like we're
Well,
watching Harry Met Sally.
Motion fails 7-12.
Okay, thank you. Any further recommendations in Chapter 7?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilman Klein.
I have actually the same section, Chapter 7, Section 3, Boards and Commissions, Board of Education, page 27 to 28. I'd like to amend the proposed language to keep the 8-member board, but limit the terms to 2 years.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second for Councilman Clayton's motion?
I'll second it.
Oh, all right, thank you, Councilman Massaro. Second, discussion regarding Councilman Clayton's motion that the Board of Education tenure is just 2 years,
But increasing the size to 8.
but still just 2 years.
Yes.
Through the chair, I have a question for Mr. Klain. Would you retain this, is it still staggered terms?
If it's possible, I mean, I think that's probably a good thing. I don't think, and you know, I spoke about this at the public hearing as well for the charter revision. I don't think there's been a really good case made for 4-year terms for this, and particularly, I think some of it's kind of been countered by the revision committee's reversal on the first selectman's 4-year term after all the public testimony that went about that. I just think that those roles, anything we do in town government is complicated, and I think if we've learned anything from this year's Board of Ed, you know, not being regularly held accountable to the electorate by regular elections is not potentially a good thing. So, yeah.
Through the chair, may I ask Mr. Klain a question?
Yes, please.
I get that, but the Board of Finance has 4-year terms. So I'm just curious, is that kind of a blanket statement on 4-year terms, or is that specifically for the Board of Education?
I'm not a fan of 4-year terms for any of this, but I also don't think they didn't make a recommendation on the Board of Finance. What we have is the Board of Ed that's up for that. So they didn't make a recommendation on through the charter for 4-year terms about the 4-year terms for that.
Okay.
For the Board of Finance specifically. So.
Through the chair.
Councilman Marsh.
I'm in support of the 4-year terms, particularly given that they would be staggered. So there would be, you know, more of a turnover potentially every 2 years, but maintaining a sense of continuity during that period as well. You know, yes, we all have complicated roles in town government, but having seen what goes on behind the curtain a little bit on the Board of Ed, I really do appreciate how deep that knowledge base has to be, and perhaps, you know, having a longer term allows for initiatives to be seen through, and you know, would be ultimately better for the education of our kids. So that's why I would support 4 years.
I don't disagree with that, Councilman Marsh. But my point, part of my point is that if it's a change of that magnitude, and again, particularly with the, you know, I think next year, you know, the budget process is only going to get, you know, more complicated and difficult, that if a change of that to double the length of the Board of Ed, regardless of what was happening in the past, again, no offense to the revision committee, but all the testimony and case being made for this was anecdotal in nature. There was nothing that said, well, you know, here's a problem that we've encountered because they don't, all these continuity problems that we talk about, there's been nothing really to help support the business case around that. It's all been anecdotal and pretty light, frankly. And I just think from the experience that we've had, particularly with the recent issues on the board, being able to be held regularly accountable, even if they're staggered terms for 2 years, I think is just healthier for the town.
Okay. Yes, Chairman Donahue.
I would just point out that there's no such thing as staggered terms if they're 2 years. Everybody gets elected every 2 years. So you potentially have everybody turning over. Unless we start doing off-year elections, which I don't think makes any sense.
Through the chair, I think you could get the staggered terms with 2 years, but it would take a process of having a 4-year seat, a 2-year seat, and then rolling those into staggered terms. I think it's probably more complicated than we need to make it. So again, I'm in favor of the current language as is, but I do think if you went to shorter terms, you could stagger them eventually.
don't see how.
Well, I don't think there's any way that we could stagger. If it's 2-year terms, unless we have an extra election and run an extra election on the off years, which we don't run today, that costing the town obviously extra money, then there's no way to stagger a 2-year term. I'm sorry, this is Kevin Shively talking.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, I'd like a roll call vote, please, Margaret.
John Cantafio,
No.
Bill Mecca,
No.
Mike Miller,
No.
Donna Siddell, Donna Siddell,
Yes. It's not working.
okay, so your vote is a yes? Mary, it is, thank you. Mary Isaac,
No.
Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
No.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Lori Brzezko Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glosser Ornstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Fabiano,
No.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Motion fails 7-12.
Okay, thank you. Any further recommendations in chapter 7? Councilman Klein.
This is chapter 7, section 22, boards and commissions, commission on youth, page 39. I mean, we've done without it for nearly a decade, so I make a motion to strike it from the recommendations to reinstate it. Again, this is another recommendation that was made with purely anecdotal evidence without any real meat behind why we need this again. So I'm not in favor of creating things just to create them.
Okay, and I'll ask Chairman Donahue to address the anecdotal aspect of that.
Madam Chair, we need a second.
Second, please.
I think Tom Whitmore is seconding.
I believe he is.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you. Chairman Donahue, would you like to address that the Youth Commission is anecdotal?
Sure, we had several requests from the TYA and a number of other residents who want to build on that program and provide more activities for our young people. We also took a look around at other communities like Trumbull, and when we first started looking at actually on the Commission on Aging, we realized that everybody that had a Commission on Aging also had a youth commission. So it seemed like an appropriate time to look at both ends of the age spectrum and provide some equal opportunity there.
Thank you.
Give me if you want me to look up exactly who recommended it, but I had at least 4 or 5 emails from people that wanted us to reactivate that commission.
Yes, and anecdotally, I'd like to add that my experience with the Youth Commission earlier than Mr. Klein's tenure on the town council, it was a very robust, wonderful place for youth to go and develop their social skills, their theater skills, and it was run by some very caring volunteers in town. And I was very unfortunate that it was closed down. And I would hope that the same kind of spirit would come back if we reinstate it. But that's just anecdotal in my opinion. Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Shively.
this is Kevin Shively. Just so I understand, and maybe I can ask through the chair, Mr. Klain, is it that you object to the creation of the Commission on Youth, but you're not objecting to the language of the Commission on Aging? Is that correct?
We've done without it for 10 years, practically.
Yes, no on youth, yes on aging. Is that what you're saying?
The Aging Commission is a rename, and it's already active and has been for some time and has current activities ongoing.
Okay, so it's just, you just don't want to add a new commission. That's the argument?
And again, I haven't really heard any real good reason to do it. So.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood.
Like everyone
position.
else's.
Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mecca.
Thank you. So I wasn't a part of the previous discussions, but in hearing what the exchange, I do recall when the Board of Education always has stepped up, right, and provided a lot of quote unquote youth programming. And there was a thought that our town for many years depended on the Board of Education and its programs as its primary youth commission service delivery. So that, but I do think you need a town counterpart to support things for youth that aren't necessarily part of our public schools, or for programming that happens outside of the school day. Can't rely on the Board of Education to only be the primary entity that is delivering quote unquote youth programming. So that would be my argument for bringing back the Youth Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mecca. Any further anecdotes about the Youth Commission? Councilman Isaac.
Yeah, just one thing, being for PTA for many years, being on TPOD with actually with Dawn and with Joanne and a lot of other dedicated people. We always hear that the youth, there's a lot of kids that say there's nothing to do in Trumbull. What are we going to do? We need something to do. This was a great way to organize kids. It wasn't just during the school day. It wasn't just after school. And it gave them something to do, a place to be, and a niche to belong. So it was a shame that in the last right of the charter, for whatever reason, it just got left out of the charter, as did the Senior Commission. The Senior Commission remained, but this was let out and, and it just was lost. So I think it's an important thing to add back.
Any further?
I have a comment, Madam Chair.
Councilman Massaro.
Thank you. I'm not going to remember exactly why the Youth Commission was eliminated from the last charter revision. A lot of it had to do with the Trumbull Youth Association that did plays and music with the children, but it was felt to be in and of itself inactive, and the youth were making use of other programs. That's my recollection. There is an option, rather than putting it into the charter, council could always ordain commission and see what life it can bring to programming for the youth, instead of putting it in the charter.
And I'm sorry, I have to come in again. Why would our charter support our seniors and not our youth? That's how I'm interpreting this. If the seniors are a part of our charter with the commission, why wouldn't we support our youth as well? And that.
Well, I think the answer is one was active and one was not. And it remains to be seen if a youth commission is adopted in the charter, that it will, come to the life that other youth organizations have had in the past.
And I would hope that it would.
Yeah, I'm not against it, but I'm just saying we have other options to pursue. If it doesn't go in the charter, we can create it legislatively.
Through the chair, Joy Cologne. Hi there. So people move here for the schools, and clearly they have the kids. It would be such a great thing to be able to access. Can I ask, through the chair, how many people on the call in terms of the town council have kids here in Trumbull right now in the Trumbull schools? Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? The motion on the floor by Councilman Klain is to remove the Youth Commission recommendation or added back to the charter. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, can we just make sure that's clarified? His motion is to do away with the Youth Commission, correct?
Correct. He does not want it added back to the charter.
It's already done away with, Councilman Contafio. I don't want it added back in.
He's done with it. All right. Okay. So may we have a roll call vote, please?
John Contafio.
No.
Bill Mecca.
No.
Mike Miller.
No.
Donna Sedell. We'll come back. Mary,
No.
No?
Yeah. No.
No. Thank you. Mary Isaac?
No.
Tony Cinto?
Yes.
Keith Klain?
Yes.
Kevin Shively?
No.
Thomas Whitmore?
No.
Jason Marsh?
No.
Carl Massaro?
Yes, we have options.
Eric Paulson?
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz?
No.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein?
No.
Steve Lemoyne?
Yes.
Joe Garrix?
No.
Bruce Elstein?
No.
Joy Cologne?
No.
Ashley Gaudiano?
No.
And Lisa Valente?
Abstain.
Okay. Motion fails for, I can't count anymore. 414-1.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's 415-1.
415-1.
1.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're still on chapter 7 unless we can move to chapter 8. Would everybody be okay with that? Chapter 8?
You're the chair. Mr. Massaro had his hand raised.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it, Mr. Massaro.
I don't know if I missed it, but section 17, the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody specifically brought that up yet to consider the remarks of Chairman Thomas Lee.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't, Attorney Chopik mentioned that earlier. I would just like to motion to add in his comments. I thank you, Councilman Massaro, for bringing that back up. I assumed we were going to do it at the end, but if we need to specifically motion it, I'd like to.
I think we need to do it now. We're in chapter 7, I think. So I move to consider Chairman Thomas Lee's remarks and for the commission to reconsider the changes in light of his observations. I also think that the specific due process rights, whether they're in the code or not, I think should remain specified in the charter. The right, for both the accused and the accuser to confront each other, et cetera.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'd like to ask Chairman Donahue, Chairman Lee this evening indicated that he had sent you several lengthy letters. So do you have all of his comments in prior correspondence, or do we have to give you a transcript of what he said tonight? Or how shall we do that?
I have, this is Kate Donahue, I have all of his prior correspondence, but I wasn't 100% clear if he was bringing up anything new tonight. Is Marty McCann on the call? Marty, can you chime in here, Commissioner?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Did he, I was having trouble following some of what he was saying. Did he bring up new issues, or do you think it's everything that he's already sent us?
I think it's everything that he's already sent us. The issue of materiality. I'm not sure that there was one thing that he mentioned, which was our move from referral of criminal matters at the discretion as opposed to being mandatory. And yeah, I think.
Where is he?
Oh, I'm sorry for. I'm actually looking at a red line version of the charter. I'm on page 36 and 37.
Under C, Madam Chair.
C, yeah.
Okay, yes.
So I think my point being is that Mr. Lee's comments that he expressed tonight have been expressed to us by and large before. Either he didn't, I don't think he spoke at any of our meetings, but he did send us a letter.
He did speak at one meeting.
Did he?
Mhm.
So, Madam Chair, the motion on the floor then is to simply send it back to the commission to reconsider in light of Mr. Lee's comments. Is that the motion?
I believe so. It's my understanding that the motion is for for them to review Chairman Lee's comments. The council has not made specific recommendations this evening, but they seem to be asking him to act as a proxy for them to review his comments, his personal comments, correct? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for Kate Donahue.
Ornstein?
Thank you. Yeah, it's Joanne Ornstein. Did his letter get submitted before you made your most current version of this?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so you considered his comments then, I would think. Yeah. Are we going to have a roll call on this?
Apparently.
Yes, we can do that. Yes, of course. Okay, so the recommendation is that all of Chairman Lee's comments, previous and current, be reviewed by the Charter Revision Commission. Okay. So we need a roll call vote, please.
Dawn Quintafia,
No.
Bill Mecca,
No.
Mike Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sidell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
No.
Tony Cinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Sure, why not?
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-7.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right, section 7. Any further recommendations in section 7? I don't think I see anybody asking. Okay. We're on section 8. Majority limitation, electoral process. Electoral process. Electoral process. I think this is all just language that's been cleaned up. In section 8 on electoral process. I sound like a broken record. I apologize. Okay, so section 8 is cleaning up language. Any recommendations for chapter 9?
Oh, I have one for, this is Tony. So I have one for section 8,
Okay.
chapter 8.
Councilman-
Chapter 8, page 52, section 9.
Chapter 8, section 9.
Page 52, section 9. Goes to 53.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion or recommend a motion to make this a separate question on the ballot. I think anything with referendums, money needs to be a vote of the people. Also, I want to remove the CPI language. I think that's confusing if not a lot of people are familiar with CPI and how it works. And I'd also want to lower the threshold from $15 million to $10 million.
I'll second. That's Lori Schwartz.
Lori Schwartz, second. Thank you. Discussion regarding, and I believe Councilman Cinto had a 3-part recommendation, correct, Councilman Cinto?
Yeah, I'm reading off the minutes from the committee report. That's where I remember what I said. So I went back to the minutes. I got it up here on the screen.
So could you give us those 3 again? I'm sorry.
Sure. I think they changed it to a separate question. The last time we did this referendum question was a separate question on the ballot. CPI, this was brought up in 2012. Maybe not CPI, but there was, Russ was thinking of a different way of doing it. And I thought it was confusing. Maybe the others thought it was confusing because people are going to go and vote for it if it's a separate question, and they'll see that it's kind of confusing. And I want to lower the threshold from 15 million to 10 million. That way, the people have even more to say about what money is spent in town. And I know Mr. Shopik had mentioned that this was, I think he said they were cleaning up the CPI. I forgot exactly what he said, but he said this was more cleaning up language because I asked him why it wasn't a separate question. And he told me they were just trying to clean it up, but they are making a change to CPI, which would increase the $15 million to like CPI plus whatever. And then it's got to go to the town council for a 14 majority vote to override that. But then we're taking the $15 million vote away from the people. So if you override it, I think you should lower it to 10. And then if you want to leave the CPI in there, then add that in back in. But I would just lower it to 10 and get rid of everything else and make it a separate question.
Through the chair.
This is Lori.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lord.
Who is?
Okay, I'll yield to.
Marsh?
No, I'll yield to Ms. Schwartz.
I just want to make an additional comment. I just think by lowering the threshold, it gives the people a further voice. I think that's what we're all about, is to try to let people decide what they're really willing to put their tax dollars toward. So number 1, making it a separate question, I think is an excellent idea. And number 2, lowering the threshold so that large projects will have to be voted on by the people rather than just a body of 21 sitting here as we think the projects are needed. I just think it's just a great way to let the people have a further voice.
Through the chair.
Councilman Marsh?
Yes, this is Jason Marsh again. I don't have a disagreement with the separate question. As for the threshold, I mean, I'm going to defer to the commission in their research as to what, is a reasonable threshold, on the line between giving the public a voice and or hamstringing the town's ability to get projects done. Knowing what things cost these days, most projects, a $10 million project is not as big as one would think, given dollar values these days. As far as CPI goes, I don't find it confusing. Admittedly, I do deal with it in my professional life, so I'm used to it. But I do think it's important that we index whatever threshold we choose to, give some life to the provision so that it can adjust as the times adjust, because, a $10 million project today will certainly not be the same as a 10 million project 10 years from now. So it just gives the charter provision some flexibility and allows it to be more of a living document.
Chairman Donahue.
This is Kate Donahue again. So let me clarify. The original language that was in the charter was put in the last time around that established the $15 million threshold. So this is not our new idea to have a threshold for referendums. All we did was fill in, if you're looking at the report, the current language did not establish an actual process for the referendum to happen. So that's what we created, was a process. And Attorney Shopik, jump in here anywhere you'd like. So as far as I'm concerned, the idea of the referendum for these big projects was already established the last time the charter was revised. So I think the town already said they like that idea. All we're doing is clarifying the process by which that will happen. I agree with Mr. March, and part of what we discussed was that we did need a way to index that over time, 10 million, 15 million, whatever, is not the same as it once was. And again, the threshold of 15 million was set the last time the charter was amended. So that's why we stayed with it, and that's why I still think it's the right number. Attorney Shopik.
Madam Chair, yeah, this is Dan Shopik. We took a look at the, last time this was put into the charter in 2011. So this is 9 years since the $15 million was established. We took a look at what the value of that money, if we carried it out on a chart, what's $15 million in 2011 worth today, and it was about 17.5 or between 17.5 and $18 million. The Charter Revision Commission opted not to increase it to the present value of that original money, but then the compromise was to index it so that in the future it would change without having to go back and revise the charter.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Shopik. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, would we consider all of these as separate questions and votes, or would we take them all as one?
No, we'll take these as separate recommendations because they are quite separate.
So Madam Chair, could I move the first one that this be made a separate question, or that we consider making it a separate question? Can I move that by unanimous vote?
Yes, you may, if everyone agrees.
I'd second that. Kevin Shively.
Seconded by Councilman Shively. Motion for unanimous vote to make this a separate question. Everyone in favor? Looks like it. Okay, passes unanimously through the council. Thank you. I have the second motion, Mr. Scinto, recommendation that Mr. Scinto put forward. Maybe Mr. Scinto would like to phrase it for us.
Oh,
Yes.
sure. I like to just remove the CPI option. I'm not sure if that's the proper way to say it, but let me see how it's written in here. I guess to strike the, I don't know if you want a section B. It says the $15 million amount shall be indexed annually in January using the annual consumer protection index for all urban consumer CPI-U for the region used in the baseline for the calculation. I guess to remove that language from section B.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, through the chair, Mr. Scinto, you're just saying just remove any indexing altogether, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the easy way
Okay,
to
that's
put
what
it.
I'm,
Yeah,
that's what I
probably a better way to
understood
say
it to mean. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask a question of this, or did I already miss that part?
Go ahead, Councilman Isaac.
Sorry about that. Just, are you against using the CPI, or you think the language is confusing?
I think using it is confusing in general. We had this discussion in 2012. It wasn't CPI. He was using a different. Russ was using a different calculation. It wasn't CPI. It was something else. He was trying to use like, if I remember correctly, it had to do with cost of living index plus the CPI. He had a big calculation, and I thought the big calculation was too confusing. So if people were going to vote for it, they would get. It's confusing if you're not paying attention or you don't read up on it. That's all.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for this purpose. So you're against both, basically, the CPI and the language.
Well, it's the same. It's the language, I guess. I mean, I'm just saying to remove that. You asked me how to phrase it. I'm just saying to remove the CPI from. So I just read what.
Well, through the chair, you answered my question. I think that's the same question, Mary. Through the chair is, I think he's saying that he just wants to not have it indexed. Period.
Correct. Right.
Well, then my question is, what will happen to that amount if it goes below it says if the indexing calculation results in an amount lower than 15 million, the floor for the referendum will remain at 15 million.
There'll be no, through the chair, Ms. Thornton, I think what Mr. Cinto is saying is he doesn't want the number indexed at all. It will be a static number, whether 15 or 10 million for the duration.
Correct. It would just be a flat number like it is now. Or motion, just leave it the way it is.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need a second for this motion regarding the CPIU.
Second, Lori Schwartz.
Thank you, Councilman Schwartz. Okay.
Madam Chair, Dawn Contapio.
Yes.
Can I ask Kate Donahue again to just verify this was to clean up the language and how the process worked?
So the process was that the last charter change had established the $15 million referendum threshold, but it did not establish a process doing the referendum. In the course of discussing this, we said, normally these kinds of things, you have some way to increase the present value of things. And we discussed the alternatives. I'm sure Mrs. Gardner, who is on, she did the calculation, the simple algebra equation of how you would, increase the value of the referendum projects. It's an idea that is used in business and government. It's a very simple calculation, and it's something that, is not, it's typical for situations like this where you want to continue to increase the present value of something. And that's why we ended up putting it in. And again, as Attorney Shopik said, we talked about doing the present value of the 15 million, the difference that had occurred since it had been, the charter had been revised in 2011, and it took it up to 17 or 18 million dollars. We decided to leave it at 15, not to cause any more controversy, just to use the 15 million as the starting place, but to create a way for it to be increased over time. And there is a provision for the town council to override that, or no, where is it? Vote of the Board of Finance and approved by the town council to override that increase. So there is a mechanism to say, okay, this isn't the time to do this. This year we should not increase the value of this.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to remove the language regarding the CPIU, the Consumer Price Index. Do we need a roll call vote for this?
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Dawn Contafio?
No.
Bill Mecca?
No.
Mike Miller?
No.
Donna Siddell? Donna Siddell?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mary Isaac?
No.
Tony Cinto? Tony, that was a yes, I'm sure, right? Okay, you're muting yourself when you want to there.
Yes.
Okay, Keith Clay,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
No.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Laurie Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
No.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I accidentally voted yes for that. I meant to vote no. I want to keep the CPI index in there. Sorry. I need to change my vote. Apologies.
Very good. Motion fails.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, motion fails. And then this, the third part, Councilman Cinto?
Yes. We'll lower the threshold from 15 to $10 million.
Okay.
Second, Lori Schwartz.
Okay, thank you. Discussion regarding the threshold from 15 to 10 million. Chairman Donahue?
I think I would just point out that the residents of Trumbull supported the $15 million threshold 9 years ago. I don't see any reason to lower it. I think we should keep it at 15. And that was part of the reasoning we had as we went through this, that we didn't need to lower it and we didn't need to raise it. Set it at 15 and increase it over time.
So just,
thank you.
Lori Schwartz, just again, my comment, the economic times that we're in are very, very difficult. And I think $10 million is a very large sum of money. And I just feel that, again, a board of 21 people making a decision to spend that kind of money is a stretch. And I think that people really should be given the, the ability to have a voice in how their tax dollars are being spent. So I am a huge advocate of making sure that the people are conscious of how we're doing this.
Thank you. I would also like to add that we have a terrific bond rating, and this is money that's bonded. This is not money that we pull out of our pocket. This is money that's bonded. This town has an excellent bond rating and an excellent bond rating history. So it's not as though we're increasing a level that may injure our bond rating at this point. Further discussion?
You still pay interest on the funds, so it's still money that comes out of the taxpayer's pocket. So we got to pay the principal back as well.
Understood.
Madam Chair, this is Mike Miller. May I
Thank
ask how do we get to the $10 million number? Why 10 instead of 15?
I thought it was too high in 2012. So if the charter's open, I'd figure I'd try to lower it.
Through the chair.
I could have made it 5, but I thought that'd be a little ridiculous. So I just made it 10.
I just didn't know if you had a specific reason or anything in mind. 10 just sounded good though.
No, because we talked about this 8 years ago or 9 years ago. And, I just, the charter's open. When the charter's open, you can change whatever you want. Or try to make, let me rephrase that. You can try to make the changes and let the people vote for it. But when it's open, it's open. So I thought it was too high then. So I lowered it. That's all.
Thanks.
Through the chair. This is Ashley Gaudiano. Kate, did you all look into what surrounding towns or comparable towns in Connecticut do for that number? I would just be curious where we are in terms of other towns.
I do not have that off the top of my head. Mrs. Katsky or Mr. Shopik, I know I saw it somewhere. I just cannot remember right now.
That's fine. I'll follow up with you.
Sorry.
It's late.
This is Cindy.
Cindy.
This is Cindy Katsky. I don't think there are. I mean, there are some towns that are town meeting, so the residents vote on really everything in lieu of a legislative body. But I don't think there are a lot of towns that have this. I know Attorney Shopik looked at other towns for
process.
So I don't know if he has a better answer.
Not make any, this is Dan Shopik. I have no idea what other towns have as far as when to go to the public. Don't know the answer.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? I'm thinking we need a roll call vote on this.
Yes.
Dawn Cantafio,
No.
Bill Mecca,
No.
Mike Miller,
No.
Donna Sidell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
No.
Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
No.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrett,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Joy Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
No.
Lisa Valente,
No.
motion fails 6-14. Mary Beth, you're muted.
Great, sorry, I'm tired. That looks like we've concluded our recommendations for the draft report that we received from our Charter Revision Commission. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you very much, Chairman Donahue, for your participation this evening. And thank you very much, Attorney McCann, for your participation this evening. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, everyone on this revision commission.
Madam Chair, I think you need to take a vote and send it back with the recommendations.
Oh, we do? Okay. All right. So I need a motion to send this draft report back to the Charter Revision Commission.
Can we move that for unanimous consent?
May I ask a question, a process question? We
Yes.
had the main motion on the floor for the resolution, Dan.
Yes, but the main motion says if there are no recommendations, that the draft report is deemed the final report. So,
Correct, but they've been so.
So the portion of it says the first draft report of the Charter Revision Commission is hereby accepted. Be it further resolved that all of the recommendations adopted at the meeting tonight are referred back to the Charter Revision Commission for consideration. Somebody wants to say, I so move, that would be
So
good.
moved, Dawn Cantafio.
Second, Tom Whitmire.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Shall we make this a unanimous vote? Okay, I'll wait, Chairman Donahue.
I'll wait till after this vote.
Okay. Shall we make this a unanimous vote to save time? Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Chairman Donahue.
So my last question is, our final paragraph of this report is that we recommend 3 ballot questions. You guys have given us some additional direction, so address that with the final report?
Yes, once you've considered our recommendations this evening in a final report, we will consider the ballot questions.
Okay, and one more piece of clarification is the time frame to do this in. My understanding is we have to get something back to you by the end of the month.
I don't have that right in front of me. Attorney Shopik, do you have the time?
So you can consider it your August meeting, so we have time to get whatever we're doing on the ballot, right? So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I think you need it for your August meeting.
Yes. When?
Oh, here, one. The joint meeting.
Week of July 27th.
27th. So we're talking about there will be a joint meeting towards the end of this month. And final report to be submitted by August 10th.
So a joint meeting would be another meeting like this?
Well, yes and no. Effectively, yes. All right. Except that it would be, I think the Charter Revision Commission needs to meet first.
Yes.
See how it wants to react to these recommendations. And then we can determine the format going forward.
Okay.
And then the commission and the town council would have a special meeting to consider, correct?
Yeah, I think let's see. It looks like we need September 2nd. And Cindy, you can correct me. I'm looking at your chart. We need to have this completed by September 2nd. So there may need to be a special meeting of the council to finalize it.
Yeah, this is Cindy Katsky. I created the timeline, and I think the questions need to be finalized for printing on the ballot. And this would give, I think, about a 2-week window, just so it's the town clerk has time to prepare the language for the ballot and do what she needs to do.
Okay.
So that September 2nd date is correct?
Yes, it's not a hard and fast date itself, but it gives a 2-week cushion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the input from everybody.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I move for a 5-minute recess so that we can freshen up? So to speak?
I will second.
Very good. Very good. Unanimous vote. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Is it Bill? Thank you for your help. I hope your computer works.
I packed it up in the box. It's going back to the Apple Store tomorrow. So
Good idea.
I will ask for an exchange.
Yeah, I think that guy going to be much of a hard time with that. All right. I think we're done, right, for charter revision?
I think you are, Tom.
Okay, whoever that is, I'm going to sign off then. Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
We want a carrot?
I want my pillow.
What?
I want my pillow.
There you go. You got a few hours left before you get your pillow.
Yep. Yeah, I've been looking at a lot of charters lately, and I don't see a lot of bonding referendum provisions. Here's one in Mansfield, and it requires approval if the amount exceeds 1% of the annual budget. That's a small amount, I think, probably. I just don't think there's a lot of them out there. Anyway, I will stop doing research already.
Sorry, yawning.
It's not allowed.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
I've been texting with Tom McCarthy. He's the fourth item. Just wondering what to tell him.
He's here.
He's here.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
I know you've been popping in and out.
Yeah, I have been popping in and out and trying to, I'm
Fantastic.
keenly
Can't keep
in
you
the
down.
charter. Keenly interested in the charter.
What's that?
I said I'm keenly interested in the Trumbull charter.
I bet you are.
Now you know more about it than you ever cared to.
Well, I did a lot of popping out as well as popping in, to be honest with you.
Are we live? It looks like we're live on Facebook. I don't know if you.
I'm sure we are.
And Margaret, I'm here when we do start, but I just warmed up dinner, so I'm going to keep myself off.
And we have six attendees, and then I don't know how many are on Facebook. I'm sure Bill could tell us, but you don't have to. But they do get to witness our lovely little chit chat session.
Looks like there are currently 8 night owls watching the town council meeting.
You don't have to.
Some people have no life.
Just remember, we're still live.
Yes, I know.
Or some people are keenly interested in local government
There you go.
and civic participation. How about that?
You're right.
That's a translation of what Dan said.
That's all I was doing.
Thank you.
Dan, speak to English.
Bill, do you just roll into another meeting or do you get to go to bed?
This is it for me tonight.
God, hopefully.
Well, I guess earlier last week, I guess I got done with meetings, went upstairs, couldn't fall asleep, and then PD called me at 12:30. So
Oh, jeez.
that was fun.
I just meant we might take so long, it might be morning by the time, we finish. But thank you for everything you're doing with the tech side. It's amazing.
No problem. It's what we do.
I think the last time we did this, we went to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Whoever just said that, just keep it to yourself.
Hopefully we're not there. I think Joanne's eating fruit. Is
Oh,
that
no,
how-
we're past the part that went to 3 a.m.
Is that a graham cracker, Joanne?
No, they're whole wheat crackers.
Oh, can I try one?
M&Ms are way healthier.
If you put marshmallow and peanut butter and chocolate in there, you have some.
I had dinner during the public comments, so I took my picture off so no one could see me chowing down.
Are we already up to number 2?
We're ready, yes, believe it or not.
Who said
Moving right along.
I just want to add, I'm eating unstuffed peppers from the Trumbull Senior Friends and Family Cookbook recipe. That was my plug. That was my plug to the 5 people that are on Facebook right now.
Okay.
If they're unstuffed, what are they? Just peppers?
You put the pepper on the bottom, and you layer the it's meat and rice and tomato and everything on top of it. But we're out of pepper, so I just ate the inside because I've had it here for like 5 days. It's
I
really
believe
good though.
I believe foodies call that deconstructed.
Okay. I was just hungry. It's really good. So whoever made it from the cookbook, it was delicious.
Is everybody back?
No. We're missing Carl, Lori, Jason.
I'm back.
There's Lori. Lisa Valente,
Carl looks like he's here.
Joy.
His
Carl.
face is
Yeah.
covered. There he is.
Yeah, there he is. All right. Very good. We're all appearing
here.
nicely. Good. Oh, exciting.
J.C. Sinelli just doesn't want to leave. He misses this too much.
Okay. All right, now. All right, then I think, are we ready to begin? I think we are. Wait, Donna Seidel. There she is. I think we're ready. Can we start? No one's saying anything. Everybody's shaking their head yes. All right, then we're just going to start now. We are now on our second resolution. I'd like Councilman Schwartz to bring resolution TC 28-81 to the floor for us, please.
Certainly, but let me make sure. Sorry, just give me a second. I have to pull it back up.
Sure.
Happy to get it started to get this rolling.
I got it. Just give me a quick second. Okay, resolution TC 28-81, to consider and act upon a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Trumbull authorizing..."
Excuse me,
Madam
you
Chair.
need to read the resolution, Lori.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for interrupting.
We're 2 for 2 on that now.
Never problem. Okay, yeah, I usually get to the right page, but here I am. Okay, resolution TC 28-81. Be it resolved that a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Trumbull authorizing the execution and delivery of an equipment lease purchase agreement with respect to the refinancing and leasing of certain equipment for the public benefit within the terms provided herein, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents required in connection therewith, and authorizing the taking of all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by this resolution, is hereby approved." Full resolution attached.
Thank you very much. May we have a second?
Dawn Cantapio, second.
Thank you very much. Committee report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Shopik explained this resolution takes 3 existing equipment leases that the town entered into and on behalf of the Board of Education and combines them into one lease and restructures the debt. Mr. DeGennaro and alternate on the Board of Finance has put this together. Mr. DeGennaro explained in an effort to reduce the Board of Education's cash flow and to help their budget, they contacted the Bank of America with the 3 leases in place and asked them to come up with something to reduce the cash flow. They came up with a 16.5-year lease, which is really 13.5 years of payments with savings of $276,000 per year. The lease is structured in a way that it's one lease, but with the same terms and conditions as the 3 existing leases with buyout options. 30-day notice before the pay periods, and it has a penalty if they choose to buy out at 2%. This started back in March and April. They first looked at options with the thought it might be better for the town to bond this as opposed to a lease. But after speaking with the financial advisor on May 19th, given the attractive rate for the lease and the terms and conditions remaining the same, and considering the cost of bonds, the thought was to proceed with the lease. The only caveat with this is it is based on a schedule that after 5.5 years, it will cost the town money. Within 5 years, they will look again at bonding the remaining balance or continue with the lease if things are bad. He is sure Bank of America would extend this again. The equipment is from the original performance lease, which was approved in 2015, 2016, and 2017. The equipment does have a long life. There were boilers and lighting. The leases were separate, but all of the installations were done at different times. There may be other opportunities, but had focused on the performance contract. Other opportunities would have to be investigated. The chair extended his gratitude to Mr. DeGennaro for taking a hard look at this, and the clerk called the roll call vote and recorded it as follows. And let me scroll down. And the vote was 4 in favor, 0, 2 abstentions, Rosasco, Schwartz, and Cento.
Thank you very much. We all got quite a bit of backup on this resolution. Discussion. Councilman Schwartz.
Thank you. So I didn't have as much backup as I needed to do the analysis that I was looking for on this. And I do, applaud Mr. DeGennaro for looking for ways to save cash flow. But I did do a deep dive analysis on this lease refinance. And what I found is that the savings that there is being billed for this refinance is really achieved simply by stretching out the term of the leases. Mm-hmm. So we're really simply reducing the amount of the payment on a monthly basis as opposed to really actually saving any funds. In fact, not only is it going to add another 16.5 years onto 2 10-year leases that we're approximately 4 years into, and 1 15-year lease, but it will cost the taxpayers of Trumbull another $400,000 over the length and term of the new leases versus leaving those existing leases alone. So I arrived at that conclusion, and I'll try to make this as straightforward as possible given the hour. I added the $487,000 that we have already paid in on the existing 3 leases. So we've paid interest of about $500,000 for the average 4-year terms that we already have incurred. And the new lease, which once it's coupled and coterminous, will add another $705,000 of interest payments. So that's going to get us to a total cost of about $1.2 million to do these leases. There's also a $91,000 buyout, which added to the $1.2 million, we're approximating $1.3 million total cost to do this refinance. If we were to leave the 3 existing leases alone and pay them off in the shortened time frame, we would be incurring about $878,000 of interest over the life of the remaining life. So the difference between the $1.3 million that we're going to incur to do this refinance simply to lengthen the term and continue these payments on these for a much longer time. And if we leave the leases alone is a $400,000 delta. So to me, I'm not really understanding what the benefit of this is if it's going to be costing the taxpayers $400,000 extra over the term. So that's point number one. Point number two is I'm concerned about the timing of this. The Board of Finance just met tonight and took up this resolution. So I'm not really sure, as a point of order, that our vote on this is actually going to be valid until we understand what the Board of Finance has concluded on this. And I think I raised that to Attorney Shopik to see if, you know, the timing of this is really the correct order. I don't know that I ever remember voting on the resolution or a refund without the Board of Finance taking it up first.
Mr. Elstein is.
I just wondered, I understand that analysis, but what is the present value difference? If we bring it back to present value with the two analyses that you just did, what's the total cost to the town? Because I think that's the only way to compare apples to apples.
I did not present value it. I don't know if somebody else has done that. It's a pure mathematical calculation. It's simply going to cost, you know, $400,000 by lengthening the terms of these leases.
But present value is really the right way to look at it in terms of what's the total cost of the town.
Well, it just from a standpoint of math, if you're present valuing $900,000 or you're present valuing $1.3 million, you're still going to end up with a higher number at the $1.3 million.
Well, but you're paying the $1.3 million over an extra 16-year period, so the present value is much less.
Perhaps, you know, we'd have to have another deep dive analysis. I think let's talk to the point about whether the Board of Finance has agreed to this or not.
Could I speak to this? Sorry, Madam Chairman.
Please do.
I attended the Board of Finance meeting earlier this evening, and they voted in favor of this lease agreement. And they did discuss exactly what Mr. Elstein was talking about, the present value. So they did vote, and you know, we had put it on the agenda first for the Board of Finance tonight, so that they would vote on it before it came to you to vote on it now.
Through the chair, Mrs. Tesoro, did they come up with a present value calculation and display what the numerical difference was on?
I don't think they came up with an exact number, but they had the discussion about the present value. Exactly what Mr. Elstein was referring to.
I'm concerned about us taking up a resolution that potentially is going to cost the taxpayers, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, again, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but let's remember that we did consult with our financial advisor for the town, who advised us that this was the better route to go.
Did they provide an analysis, though?
Again, I wasn't involved in those conversations, only on the periphery. So, but and I don't think Maria Pires is on this meeting, but there was a discussion with our financial advisor.
Okay, I guess I'd be really hesitant, and I don't feel that it's really the prudent thing to do from a fiscal standpoint to be voting on something when we don't really have the full analysis in front of us then.
So, Madam Chair, I would just remind all the members of the council that this was not an exercise to try to reduce the overall cost. This was an exercise to deal with a cash flow issue that the Board of Finance or Board of Education has today. And these figures, and we all know that the situation that the Board of Education is in, and I would be hard pressed to look at what the Board of Education situation would be if we don't move forward with some way of addressing the immediate cash flow issue, which is what this entire exercise was all about.
The only comment I would make there was I think there should be other options that are looked at that don't necessarily kick the can down the road and extend the amount of payments, number one, and number two, cost the taxpayers extra money. There's got to be, this isn't the only alternative that should be out on the table, especially when we don't have a fully vetted analysis.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Dan Shopik speaking. Unfortunately, Mr. DeGennaro was on the waiting list here for until he had to go to sleep. And he's the one who really did the work on this. And so I'm definitely second string here. But first of all, as a practical matter, if you are not going to approve this, you're going to need to be prepared to give the Board of Education $276,000 by a supplemental appropriation within the next couple of months, because this has already been worked into the budget that they are working with for this year. There's definitely a savings for the next 5.5 years. And beyond that, it could go, yes, it could go up, it could go down. That we don't know. There was a full discussion with the financial advisor on whether to go to bonding, because obviously bonding is another option here. And in fact, I think when they first kind of looked at it, they were thinking that there was a lot of people were thinking that this was something that would go to bonding. And again, the analysis was, and I don't have the analysis here, but the analysis was that this is the best option. The rates were low enough, the 2.5%. The rates are low enough that that it made a lot of sense just to do it this way. I'm sorry, it's 2.25%. So that's kind of where we are. The Board of, when you say you haven't done this before with, as far as what the Board of Finance did, the Board of Finance vote was more or less a belt and suspenders kind of thing. This is an action the town council could take on its own. We were advised by Mr. Fozzie, who's our bond counsel, that because it is part of the debt of the town, that he recommended that we have the Board of Finance take a vote, and they did, and they approved it. But as I say, that's more belt and suspenders than anything else. It's the vote of the town council that's important here. The other question that you asked, I don't remember what the other question, maybe that was with regard to the action of the Board of Finance. But I don't know what else I can tell you. The payoff, the closing is scheduled to take place next Friday. Obviously, if you don't pass this and you don't pass it by as emergency legislation, then that's not going to happen. And then the numbers will have to be recalculated to go forward. So it's kind of where we are. And as I say, the chair of the Finance Committee offered praise to Mr. Vin DeGennaro, and I think we all need to, because he did this as a volunteer. He's a volunteered alternate member of the Board of Finance, and he took it upon himself to work this out. So we're very appreciative.
Can I make just one more statement, one more point? And again, I do applaud Mr. DeGennaro's effort. I know there was a lot of time spent on that. But just so everyone's aware, by Mr. DeGennaro's own admission, and as recorded in the committee meetings that Mr. Shively just read, Mr. DeGennaro also said that this is going to cost the taxpayers more money and the town. It's in his committee report.
Again,
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm not sure how it's prudent that we're putting an extra burden on the taxpayers to save money today to pay more down the road. It's just not a fiscally prudent decision to be making.
Madam Chair, I'll explain to the council member exactly why it is exactly a prudent fiscal move at this time. And that is not only because we're going to have to make an extra $276,000 supplemental addition to the budget of the Board of Education this year, but as Mr. Klain said earlier in our discussions, next year's budget doesn't look any better at this point. In fact, it's going to be very, very challenging. And so we're going to have to make sure that we find every penny in the next year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. We don't know how long it's going to take for the economy to really recover from this time. And so this is an extraordinary time. We need to make every extraordinary measure we can to control every penny that we're spending today. And, I'd love to be able to worry about 5.5, 6, 7 years down the road right now. But I just don't see how we have that luxury.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I understand the concern that this could cost the town over the next 16 years, but and perhaps someone on the finance committee can clarify, is the intent to ride these leases out for the full term? I mean, in my experience, many of these types of obligations are taken out knowing that there's going to be an exit before the full term.
No, this is Mike Miller. That was not the expectation that Mr. DeGennaro laid out during the finance committee meeting. He said the expectation was that after 5 years, they would look to either refinance again or to take up or to bond the cost of these. The expectation was not to pay the full freight on this.
Right. So the analysis that Ms. Schwartz did, while I appreciate the thoroughness, is an absolute worst case scenario if we do nothing over the next 16 years. Correct?
One point to be made there. We're 5 years into one of the leases, so in 5 years that would have been fully paid off under the current situation. The other two leases we're 4 years into. So again, it's not making a whole lot of sense that we're going to have to go refinance these things again and potentially incur bonding expense or refinancing by early buyout to 2%. This whole thing just isn't making any fiscal sense whatsoever in my estimation. To save money today, where you're doubling and tripling the amount of money that it's costing this town and the taxpayers. It doesn't make any sense.
If I could, I'm not sure I totally agree with that analysis, because you have to pay, if we did nothing, we'd be continuing to pay $700,000 to, about $400,000 a year more than we're going to be paying now. So did you take that into your calculation?
Yeah, you're talking about two different things, cash flow versus total cost to the taxpayer. So I'm talking about total interest costs to be incurred, plus the penalty that we're paying, the $91,000 to get out of these leases early, versus you're talking about a cash flow. So by extending the payment, you're simply reducing.
I'd have to look at your analysis a little more closely, Lori, to be honest with you. I think, again, our financial advisor looked at this very closely. We rely on our financial advisor to give us advice through our bonding process always in the town, and has done a great job for us. So I'd have to look at what you are, what you're saying. I'd like to look at that on paper myself, but I think at this point we're in a position where, as we said, if we don't pass this tonight, we're going to be in a position where the Board of Ed's going to come back and ask for $276,000 this year, and we'll continue to do that for the next 5 years, or for however long that they have to continue to make this, that this proposed saving is here now, would no longer be here for the Board of Ed.
Okay. Well, agree to disagree. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilman Massaro.
Yes, my only comment is this is like saying I gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. It's just going to cost us net more money. If we're looking to close 267,000, it's got to be maybe a supplemental. If we had approved the full 500,000 during our budget debate, we wouldn't even be having this discussion today. So I can't see burdening future 16 years of budgets when we can pay this thing off and be clear of the first lease in just 5 years. I think our budgeting 5 years from now would be better off.
Okay. Further discussion? All right. We'll call to a roll call vote, please.
Don Quintapio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Michael Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sedell,
No.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
No.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
No.
Joanne Glass Lowenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
No.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Abstain.
Very good. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, Dawn Contapio, I'd like to recommend this emergency legislation.
Thank you. May I have a second with a name?
Mike Miller, second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Aye.
Thank you.
No.
Aye.
It's not unanimous.
Take a
No.
Not unanimous. Roll call vote, please.
Dawn Contapio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Mike Miller,
Yes.
Thomas Bedell,
No. No.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
No.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
No.
Joanne Glass Lowenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
No.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Abstain.
Very good. Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilman Paulson, please bring resolution TC 28-82 to the floor for us.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Resolution TC 28-82, be it resolved, whereas the Capital Improvement Plan, Town 2020-2021, Town CIP 20-21, appropriation and bond authorization was originally proposed in the amount of $7,632,000, whereas the Board of Finance approved a reduced appropriation and bond authorization for the Town CIP 2020-2021 in the amount of $7,332,000, whereas the Town Council intended to adopt the Town CIP 2020-2021 appropriation and bond resolution in the amount and as approved by the Board of Finance, but through oversight unanimously adopted the resolution in the full original amount. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council, the intent of the Town Council in adopting the resolution is hereby confirmed to be the Town CIP 2020-2021 bond resolution as attached hereto, as adopted by the Board of Finance, and in the amount of $7,332,000, and the vote thereon at the June 9, 2020 council meeting shall be applied and understood accordingly. The council clerk shall publish such notices as deemed appropriate and upon advice of council. Full resolution attached.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Joanne Glasser Ornstein, second.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
This is Kevin Shively. Ms. Pires explained the two items reduced were the aquatic facilities design and the senior center. Both were originally budgeted for $200,000 and were reduced to $50,000. There was a total reduction of $300,000. The chair noted that the council through oversight had voted on the full amount and want to make sure the vote reflects confirmation of what was approved. As the resolution is written, the vote of the town council is being confirmed as the affirmation of the approved amount by the Board of Finance. We are confirming the amount of $7,332,000 as passed by the Board of Finance. The clerk called the roll call vote and it was recorded. Motion carried 5-1.
Thank you, Councilman Shively. Is there any discussion regarding this? Seeing none, I'd like to have someone make a motion to make it a unanimous vote, please.
So moved.
A second in Dawn Contapio.
I'm going to vote no, Mary Beth. It's Tony.
You are going to vote no?
Yes.
Well, we did this in error. This was an error. We're correcting an error.
I voted no the first time. I'm voting no now.
Madam Chair, it is true Mr. Cento did vote against in the committee meeting.
Yes, but I want him to understand what he's saying. We reduced the capital plan.
I
and
know.
We didn't vote in favor of reducing it. So you're actually voting against a reduction in the capital plan.
I'm voting against capital plan against the whole $7 million. So I'm voting no.
That's not what we're voting against. We're only voting against the error.
No.
Just to clarify, as I mentioned in the
We had this discussion the last time.
So,
Right,
I mean,
Kevin?
maybe, well, just a moment, through the chair, Mr. Cento. As we explained in the minutes, this is not a vote on the amount. This is a vote to confirm what our previous vote was voting on.
Right. This is not the amount. This is not on the capital plan. This is an error that we're correcting. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm still voting no.
Okay.
No vote, this is Attorney Shopik. A no vote is a vote to reinstate the $7,632,000.
Madam Chair, if Mr. Cento wants to vote no.
Oh, why can I vote
His
no?
vote.
Is it against the,
His
it's
vote.
against the
You
law?
can't- I'm just concerned that you don't know what you're.
Well, I know what I'm doing. I just don't want to, just no. That's all.
Call the
Huh?
roll.
That's all.
Roll
Just
call vote.
no. I don't see what the problem is. Just
There's
vote
no problem. I want to make sure you understand what you're voting on. That's all.
All
So
right.
it seems that you're well aware. Okay, so roll call vote, please.
John Cantafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Mike Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sedell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac, Mary, you're muted.
I wasn't loud enough? Yes.
Thank you. Tony Sinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasko Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Very good. It passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman Miller, would you please bring resolution TC 28-83 to the floor for us?
Certainly. Resolution TC 28-83, be it resolved that the funding for labor agreement between the town of Trumbull and UPSEW DPW Local 424 Unit 108 non-supervisory highway and parks employees beginning July 1, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2022 is hereby approved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
John Cantafio, second.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
This is Kevin Shively. Madam Chair, there was no official meeting to discuss this, but when we did come back from a recess, we voted on this resolution, and the vote was the motion carried 4-1 with one abstention, one vote against by Mr. Cento, and an abstention by Ms. Rosasko Schwartz.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion regarding this resolution? Great. Okay. Shall I venture for a unanimous vote in favor? Anybody willing to do
So
that?
moved. So
Okay.
moved. Dawn Cantafio.
Yeah.
Mary Beth, I'm voting against the contract.
Okay.
Aye.
Roll
Okay.
call vote then.
Okay.
Dawn
roll
Cantafio.
call vote. Thank you.
John Cantafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Michael Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sedell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Vasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Colon,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Motion passes 19-1.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Dawn Cantapio speaking. Does this need to be made emergency legislation? Maybe Attorney Shopik can answer that.
Dan, you're muted.
I'm muted. Attorney McCarthy is here. He needs to answer that question.
Oh, thank you.
Not exactly sure what that means. So if someone wants to explain.
Does it need to become effective immediately upon publication, or can it wait another 15 days?
Oh, it can wait. It can wait 15 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's 15 business days, just so he understands that.
Business days after publication, yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much.
Through the chair, Tom, aren't you glad you stayed to answer that question?
Thank you, everybody.
No, you stay, Tom. You can stay.
Yes, welcome to the Trumbull Town Council. Okay.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, Tom was once the chair of the Bridgeport Board of Aldermen, so Common Council. So
I've done a few late meetings in my day, so I understand and sympathize
You're a
greatly.
kindred
all of it.
spirit. That's wonderful.
Yes, I certainly empathize.
Thank you. Good. Very
But
good.
I am leaving. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for staying. Okay. Councilman Whitmore, would you please bring resolution TC 28-84 to the floor for us?
Gladly, Madam Chairperson. Resolution TC 28-84. Be it resolved that the application to the State of Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, DRS, for the Neighborhood Assistance Act program is hereby authorized to include Connecticut Radio Information System at $5,000, the Kennedy Center at $150,000, and Make-A-Wish Foundation of Connecticut, $150,000. And First Selectman Vicky A. Tesoro or her designee is hereby authorized to submit such application and sign all related forms, contracts, and reports in order to implement the Neighborhood Assistance Act program. Full resolution attached. Public hearing, July 9th, 2020, Town Council.
Thank you, Councilman Whitmore. May I have a second?
Second, Ashley Gaudiano.
Thank you very much. Do we have a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I hope this is an easy one for us. This is Kevin Shively. Ms. Bacalar explained that this is a program for nonprofits to earn tax credits. This is done annually through the town. The town develops the package and submits the package. Some years we have new businesses and others apply almost every year. This year we have 3 nonprofits. Ms. Bacalar manages the program for the town. The motion carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms.
Madam
Bacalar.
Chair, I think you need a public hearing to be open.
All right. We will open the public hearing at 11:37 p.m. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this resolution for neighborhood assistance? I see that we actually have 7 attendees from the public still with us. Fantastic. And none of them have their hands raised, and so I believe there will be no.
Hand just went up.
Madam Chair, there was one hand.
Aha. Thank you. Nicole.
Hi, thank you for this. Nicole Bouvier, I use she, her pronouns. I live at 126 Suzanne Circle. I'm curious just on the choice of Kennedy Center as they are not a local nonprofit, and why not choose to support another theater that is a local nonprofit here in Connecticut?
This is Rena Bacalar. This is the Kennedy Center that is located, they have property here in Trumbull. They're a nonprofit that services folks with developmental disabilities.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for that. That was it.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for hanging in there until 11:39 at night. I don't see any other hands raised. So we'll close the public hearing at 11:39. Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one question
Yes, sir.
directed to Ms. Bacalar. Does this need to be made emergency legislation for timing purposes?
Thank you, Councilman Elstein. Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discuss? Councilman Massaro.
Move unanimous consent of the resolution.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second, Dawn Contapio.
All right, great. Unanimous consent. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to make it emergency legislation?
We need that.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second, Tom Woodmoyer.
Motion for unanimous.
So moved, Dawn Contapio.
Second, Tom Woodmoyer.
All right, thank you very much. Unanimous approval for emergency legislation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Bacalar, for sticking with us until this late hour. Okay. Councilman Massaro, would you please bring resolution TC 28-85 to the floor for us?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Resolution TC 28-85, be it resolved that Kathleen Champion of 39 Undercliff Road be and the same is hereby appointed to the Western Regional Tourism District Board for a term extending to July 9, 2023.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Joanne Glasser-Ornstein.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen Champion of 39 Undercliff Road was present and indicated her party affiliation as Democrat. Ms. Champion has been a communication professional for 20 years. Her experience includes corporate communications through broadcast news for ABC. She has volunteered for over 10 years for various nonprofit boards, and most recently has volunteered her skills to the town in the First Selectman's Office, the Parks and Rec Department, and the Economic Community Development Department. She looks forward to serving the town even further and use her communication and economic development skills to bring it all together. Ms. Champion explained the state is divided into 3 districts, Western, Central, and Eastern. There are many towns in the Western District, Fairfield County and Litchfield County is included. The board existed years ago. The funding disappeared, since been resurrected by Governor Lamont. The role is to bring tourism to our area. The governor has allocated $2 million to this. Their goal will be to bring as many dollars as they can to the town of Trumbull. The clerk called the roll call and recorded it as follows. The motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion regarding this appointment? All right, looks like none. Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Champion for volunteering. And may I have an emotion for a unanimous consent?
Tom Woodmoyer, motion for unanimous consent.
Second, Dawn Contapio.
Okay, all in favor? Just nod your head. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. And much for
Excuse
volunteering.
me, Madam Chair, this is Cindy Katsky. Is it possible to make that emergency legislation? There is an upcoming meeting of the Western Regional Tourism
So
District.
moved, Joanne Glasser-Ornstein.
Seconded, Dawn Contapio.
Okay, that was easy. A motion to make it unanimous.
So moved, Dawn Contapio.
Second, Eric Paulson.
Very nice. Okay, thank you. You're getting very good at this, everybody. Or you're just so tired, you're just doing it. Okay, Councilman Cologne, would you please bring resolution TC 28-86 to the floor for us?
Resolution TC 28-86. Be it resolved that the Building Committee rules as adopted by the Town Council on November 10th, 1981, be and the same are hereby amended by repeal of the last two sentences of Section 15.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Tom Whitmire.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Attorney Chopik explained the need for a bound copy of all the quote doings of the building committee, close quote, has become outdated. The current building committees, as they wrap up, asked if they needed to do this because there are reams and reams of documents posted on the website. To not create an unnecessary task is the reason for the amendment. The building committee rules need further revisions, but this was the immediate problem. Attorney Chopik confirmed that the last two sentences of the section were other committees other than a building committee do not abide by this rule and confirm the aquatics committee is a building committee. Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, discussion regarding this resolution. All right, seeing none. Great. All right. May we have a motion to make this a unanimous approval of this?
So moved, Joanne Glasser-Ornstein.
I need a second.
Second, Dawn Contafio.
Thank you. Unanimous, everybody just raise your hand. Thank you, unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Right, moving right along. Let's see. Who shall we call on now? Councilman Garrix, please bring resolution TC 28-87 to the floor for us.
Happy to, thank you. Resolution TC 28-87, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Trumbull hereby establishes a task force to be known as the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Task Force. The purpose of this task force shall be to strengthen Trumbull's identity as a diverse, equitable, and inclusive community. The task force shall identify programmatic, community, and legislative practices with regard to racial, social, sexual, and gender equity and diversity. The task force shall consist of 8 members who shall be appointed by the Town Council. The Council shall first appoint 4 members whose terms will run until the first Monday in December 2022, and 4 members whose terms will run until the first Monday in December 2024. Thereafter, all appointments shall be for a term of 4 years each. The task force shall report to the Town Council at least quarterly and shall otherwise make recommendations for action as frequently as it deems appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I need a second, please.
Second, Dawn Contafio.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
I would ask that we waive the reading of the committee report. Is quite lengthy, and I believe we'll have a robust discussion without it.
Okay, all right.
Diana, so moved.
Second, Jason Marsh.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of being the committee, the lengthy report, 11:47 p.m. Please raise your hand. And yes, I am in favor of waiving it. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Agreement. Discussion regarding.
Madam Chair,
Yes, through the chair.
discussion.
Yes, Councilman Lemoyne.
Tonight, we heard from a number of town folks and their support for the task force under this resolution. I'd be willing to bet if you ask each one of those folks who is in favor of the task force, how they felt the makeup of the task force should be, I'd be willing to bet that most of them would want a task force that's diverse in thinking, diverse in ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a supermajority party, and it doesn't matter what party, but in this case, it happens to be Democrat. When you have a supermajority party who is going to decide who gets to serve on this committee, I don't think you can ensure diverse thinking. A task force whose thinking is biased in one direction is a committee who's not going to have everyone in the community's best interest. It would be a flawed task force. And if I were not to support this resolution tonight, it would be for that one simple reason, that the process of selecting the people on the task force is flawed in my opinion. So I would like to make a motion to this resolution as such. I'd like to insert into the resolution that the town council will take 4 recommended inputs from the Democratic Town Committee, 4 recommended inputs from the Republican Town Committee, and 4 recommended inputs from unaffiliated parties of the community. In case of more than 4 submittals from the unaffiliates, 2 members of the Republican and 2 members of the Democratic Town Council will choose the 4 to represent the unaffiliated segment of our community. From this slate of possibly 8 to 12 people, the town council will vote on 8 to serve on the task force. That's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please, I need a second.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Carl.
Right. Okay,
Through the chair.
yes.
Is it worth mentioning that we have minority representation rules that we have to follow? So this cannot be a Democrat swept or a Republican swept committee. And Mr. Shopik or somebody else could speak better to what those rules are. But I also think that people elect us to then fill positions, whether it's this committee or others. And in doing so, put their faith in our hands to fill and run the government to the best of our ability. So I would think that we are all above whatever sort of biased politics or political games that you may think will happen. But I would again, turn this over to Mr. Shopik or someone else who can speak to the minority representation rules that we have.
This is Dan Shopik. Under state statute, an 8-member board or commission or committee can have no more than 5 members of any one political party.
It was my understanding.
That's in the charter. That's in the charter, and that's in state statute.
Madam Chair, I would ask Mr. Lemoyne if that does that make any impact on his perspective on this? I'm just curious from Mr. Lemoyne.
Steve Lemoyne here. Kevin, are you asking me if what was just said makes an impact on my?
Yeah,
motion?
yes, this is Kevin Chidley. I'm sorry. Yes, I was just curious if that changes anything for you at all.
It really doesn't. And,
Okay.
and again, I'm going to reiterate, when you have a supermajority party, there has to be biases. I mean, we're all kidding each other if we don't think that happens. All right. This isn't like selecting a building committee or any other committee. This is a serious committee that has to represent every single facet of this community. You can't do that if you're going to have a biased super majority choosing all the players. I want this to be fair. I think the people who want this committee, this task force, wants it to be fair. And why this council is bucking this is just as surprising to me as the people who don't understand why some people don't want the task force. Why wouldn't you want a task force that is very diverse in their thinking, in their ethnicity? Why wouldn't you want that?
Through the
So,
chair, with all
again,
due
through the-
respect, we do all want that. And I would urge all of us to go out into the community, to find diverse voices that are representative across the board and bring those names and put them forth. And anybody who, from my standpoint, anybody who wants to serve on this committee, who believes in the potential for this committee, should have just as much of a right as anybody else. You know, but I would also remind you that as of the other night, you didn't want this committee. So I'm glad to see that your opinion has changed, and I'm grateful for everybody who spoke up. But if you have people in mind, bring them forward. Let's talk to them. Let's figure out what they want to do with this committee and how they can take this and move this forward so that it's an initiative that really does good for this town.
Hey, this is Tony Cinto. Ashley, I love your optimism. History, at least my history of the last 16 years of filling positions on boards and commissions has always been a problem, a big problem. Okay, and it goes through all administrations. I'm not picking on anybody. Okay, when I first got involved, it was a big deal. They didn't have the right people on the board. This person was on the board, that person was on the board. So I think I'm with Steve on this. I think that it needs to be at least written down. In the past, others have made this a similar motion on similar committees to do similar thing. I'm not going to pick anybody out. I'm not going to pick on anybody. But in my 15 years of doing this, this has happened in the past. So your optimism is great. But if history tells us what's going to happen, it'll be a 5-3 board. We know that's going to happen because that's what the history will tell us. Your optimism's outstanding. I hope you're right. But unfortunately, history tells us the future sometimes. And that's part of the problem.
Can I add something?
Through the
Sure,
chair.
go right
Through the
ahead.
chair. Hi there. Through the chair. This isn't political. This is human. And the people that you heard speak today are diverse, not only in what they look like, sound like, what gender they are, who they represent, how they represent, and their political affiliations. This has nothing to do with that. Let's call the question through the chair.
Can I just ask one thing to that? I'm sorry, before we call the question. Just one thing, I'm sorry, they're kind of two separate points, but Mr. Lemoyne, in one respect, the majority right now is asking for limited supermajority, and that we're putting forth 7 districts at one point, bringing that out to the community. And for some reason, that doesn't seem to be a good thing because we're saying that a minority representation is not a good thing. So for me, the more voices that we have out there, the better. You're saying right now is that you're saying the supermajority is trying to rule this and run this, when in fact, that's not the case at all. So it's kind of like you're making one case for minority representation on one side, minority on another. So that's two faces of the coin. The other side of it is what these people are doing that have put this forward. And as this continues, I think it's absolutely amazing. It's much needed in the community. As you heard tonight, we did not hear one person come forward and say that this was not a good thing to have. I would be shocked if it was political. I mean, I know, Tony, you're saying optimism, but I don't even have to say I'm optimistic because I believe the good is actually going to happen here. This needs to happen. The community should be involved. And I think it's a shame to turn it into that this is going to be something political and to put it out there as though it is and to feed that to the public. I think that's wrong. So, and now you can call the question.
Well, there's a motion on the floor, so you can't call the question yet.
We've called the question on the motion.
Yep.
She didn't say that. She
Sure
said she
did.
called the question.
On the motion.
Needs a second.
I second. Call the question. Ashley Gadiana.
Okay, roll call vote.
Dawn Contafio,
Sorry, Madam Chair, can you just go over what we're voting on one more time?
Okay, so we had Councilman Lemoyne had a motion on the floor. Councilman Lemoyne, would you like to reiterate your motion for the council?
Sure, I will. My motion was,
Madam Chair, this is not a vote on the motion. This is a vote on stopping debate.
to call the question, but I believe they'd all like to know why we're calling the question, right?
It's not a debatable motion.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a vote.
He's
Okay.
correct. Dan's correct.
Okay.
We're voting on Mr. Chairman,
Just
I'm
cutting
sorry.
off debate. You just cut it, you're just voting on cutting off
We're
debate.
voting
on
to
the
stop
motion.
debate on Mr. Lemoyne's motion.
Oh,
Correct.
Okay. That's it.
Dawn Cantafio,
yes.
Bill Mecca. Bill Mecca, you're muted. Mike Miller, thank you. Mike Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sidell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Sinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
Yes.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
No.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
No.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
No.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
Lisa Valente. Okay. Motion to call the question carries.
I don't know. Okay.
So now we need to vote.
And now
on
you
Mr.
need to vote on
Lemoyne's
his motion.
Okay, Dawn Cantafio,
No.
Bill Mecca,
No.
Mike Miller,
No.
Donna Sidell,
No.
Mary Isaac,
No.
Tony Sinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
No.
Kevin Shively,
No.
Thomas Whitmore,
No.
Jason Marsh,
No.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
No.
Steve Lemoyne,
Yes.
Joe Garrix,
No.
Bruce Elstein,
No.
Cologne,
No.
Ashley Gaudiano,
No.
and Lisa Valente.
Abstain.
Okay. Motion fails.
Through the chair,
Yes.
this is Ashley Gaudiano. I just want to say a few things about this committee before we get ready to hopefully vote on this resolution and clarify some things based off of chatter we have seen on social media and what we heard here in committee on Monday night. This task force was designed by both a handful of town council members and perhaps far more importantly, community members as a means to enrich our community by promoting a welcoming and diverse Trumbull. It's really focused on the important work of advancing Trumbull's efforts to promote a culture of inclusion. It's my expectation that the task force will take the next few months to do a scan of the town's activities, make strategic recommendations to the town council, to departments, boards, and commissions, and look at implementing community programming to foster diversity, equity, and inclusion in town. Again, based off of comments I've heard, I want to be clear that this committee is not being set up as a witch hunt. We live in a world where diversity and inclusion should be celebrated, and this committee is being put into place to ensure that we are in fact celebrating and continue to celebrate those things here in Trumbull. It's not a committee designed to point fingers at any single department. It's here to make recommendations as to how we can improve on our Trumbull community. And I believe that, as I just said, with the right group of committed individuals, whether that's young adults, parents, seniors, people of color, Caucasians, LGBTQ individuals, Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated members of our community, that the committee will be a strong and vital body here in town. We've seen successful models like this in surrounding communities. We've seen this successfully implemented in towns and states, at universities, at corporations across the country and across the world. And they've gone on to do more than simply make recommendations. They've partnered with town departments on community programming like essay contests, book clubs, trainings, art shows, and more. So as the committee is formed and populated and gets to work, their engagement with this body and with the community and our elected officials and town staff will be critical. I know that I look forward to supporting the initiative and the appointed members. And as we heard from so many people today, as we've heard from people online, I would urge anyone who's interested in sitting on the committee to reach out to myself or other members of the council. We want this to be full of new energy, full of diverse voices, and full of strong, committed members of our community.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Yes, through the chair, Councilman Joy Cologne just wanted to add to this concept. This task force may be a town council resolution, but as you heard from the various members of the public, it is community driven. Our wonderful town is already diverse, and this task force will continue to cultivate that through equitable considerations of inclusion. This isn't politics, it's humanity yearning for their diversity to be celebrated and not tolerated. Of course, the world stage is at our door in light of recent events. Stop asking why now, start asking what now. I implore those that have commented this evening to reach out, as you've been doing, to the town council in its entirety, as we are many voices and yet we represent all of you. And it doesn't matter the political affiliation. We're still your representatives. We have a job to do, and most of us are going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Massaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I carefully listened to all of our fellow residents who spoke during public comment, and each one of them gave the town accolades. They've obviously come here because it is a comfortable community to live in. Got great education, great resources, great work opportunities. And it's I've lived here 28 years myself. We have award-winning schools, we've built them, award-winning education programs, #1 town in America to live in. I want to be sure that as Mr. Lemoyne does, and as I've heard all of my fellow council people speak, that this task force will be blind to personal interests, political plays, and so forth. Maybe we can borrow something from the Charter Revision Commission regarding the Board of Ed, where there would be 8 members and there would be there would be 4 members from each party, or no more than 4 members from any one political party. We have always adopted some form of majority limitation in all of the bodies that we've created, whether they be building committees or other sources. So I would make a motion that we amend the resolution to add, after the sentence that reads, the task force shall consist of 8 members who shall be appointed by the town council, no more than 4 from one political party.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I believe
would
we
need a
just
second,
had.
don't
We need a second, sorry.
Oh, well, maybe it won't even come to my conversation.
Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
So this motion is different than the one that Mr. Lemoyne brought. Mr. Lemoyne brought one that would require specific recommendations from the Republican Town Committee, the Democrat Town Committee, and then for unaffiliated voters. So I think this is a little different, to ensure a little political diversity in the membership, and no no majority of one party.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'd like to suggest that this is actually extremely similar to the last motion that we called the question on and voted against strongly. I would also like to point out that political diversity does nothing to engender actual diversity, which I think is proven if you look at the makeup of our town council and our town government. I think it's important that this group do a better job than what our political parties have done for us in terms of our representation. So I would be strongly against this motion, and I would hope that we could get past it and approve this quickly.
Well, I would hope that the council majority would support this motion, since I've heard at least 3 different times that this would not be a political body. My motion seeks to ensure that that would be the case.
Can I get a point of clarification from the chair? From speaking to several of the people who put this together, I was told that this is not a committee in the traditional sense of the town council, meaning it's going to follow our minuting and agenda standards and have to follow the minority representation rules. That was one of my confusions about it. Was it's called a task force, but not a committee. So is this or is this not a committee being empowered by the town council and has to follow our rules?
Want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Somebody please.
This is Dan Shopik. It falls under the purview of Freedom of Information Act and is considered a governmental body as defined by the Freedom of Information. So yes, you do have to you have to warn your meetings. You have to have open meetings. You have to have minutes. You have to post the minutes. You have, et cetera, et cetera. So your agendas go out. It follows all the rules. Yes.
Notices and so despite what we're calling it, this is a committee.
Yes.
Okay.
So then this committee follows the rules of the council, saying that there must be an equal representation of both political parties?
No, that's not a rule of the council. It's just it has to follow the state statute that says that it can't be more than 5 members of one political party. You can, if you want to take Mr. Massaro's motion, you can determine that it's going to be not more than 4. So it would be, you can have, it's just saying not more than 4 of one political party. It is not more than 5 of one political party by law. You have the right to say not more than 4 of one political party. It has nothing to do with the rules and following Freedom of Information Act and any of that. It really, Freedom of Information Act does not cover that aspect.
Madam Chair, I'm a little confused here. If all of our wishes on this important, very important committee is for it to be non-political, why would we even take into consideration their party affiliation in any event? What is different about equity, diversity, and inclusion between different political parties? I don't understand what it is. How do we look at that differently? Equity is equity, right? And diversity is diversity. And if it's a non-political party, if a non-political body, if we inject some kind of litmus test to who can serve on this, aren't we injecting politics into it? And aren't we automatically injecting partisanship into it by doing that?
Well, Mr. Shiva, let me respond to that. If there is no majority limitation to this task force, as we build it into other of our committees, what's to say this isn't going to be a political body?
And so how would a political body then, through the chair, how would a political body treat this differently than any other discussion? I don't see where the dichotomy is.
My motion seeks to make the membership neutral.
But I think, Councilman Massaro, per what Attorney Chopik just told us, this is a committee of the town council and is governed by state statute that as an 8-member panel has to have 3 and 5 of.
That's not true.
That's not true. I
fact.
thought that's what.
This
Attorney
is-
Shelby just
It
told
No.
says
me.
no
That's
more
what-
than 5 of the same party.
We
No
have,
more than 5 of the
have,
same party.
we have the right to limit membership as we see fit.
I know that, but I'm saying like it's already governed by state statute that it can't be more than 5 of one party. So
That's
it's
right. So
already-
that you couldn't
because it's a
appoint
body
8
of-
Democrats.
Because it's a body
Or
of the
8
town
Republicans.
council, it's governed by state statute. That was my point. So it's already has a political element to it.
It has a majority, that's a state majority limitation rule. We
Yes, exactly.
rule on our own bodies. I'm asking for the council to put their money where their mouth is, that this would be an apolitical body by limiting the maximum of 1 party to 4 members of this 8-member task force.
Through the chair, I don't understand why this would have different rules than any other committee. Why would we do this specifically for this committee or task
Do it
force?
for the Board of Ed and Charter Revision.
Can I ask one question? Just totally separately, since this is not our typical commission, and again, I don't want to, I know a lot of work's already been looked into this, but like the sustainable group that has been implemented, I can't tell you who on there, what their political affiliation is. If they're Democrat, unaffiliated, Republican, it's because it's not the typical group. I don't know, are we able to have a committee that is just same thing as TPOD and the underage drinking farming, groups that are here that are doing the work that people want to do. I don't care what your party affiliation is. I want you on my group if you're somebody that's going to work hard and do the right thing. I don't think anybody's going to be getting on a committee to say, you know, I want to make this heavy Republican or heavily Democrat, you know, or unaffiliated, because we're not, I mean, that's not what this is. I don't know if that's something that works with these parameters or not, or if it's because it's an arm of the town council, it has to be minority, you know, majority representation. But since it's not a typical committee, I don't know if that's something just to throw out where I don't care what you are, we want people that want to come in and work. So just my thought.
Can we bring it to a vote?
I believe Mr. Lemoyne's trying to speak.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
See that? Yes, go ahead.
I think by doing what Carl is suggesting, it takes the politicalness out of the whole thing. It eliminates it. I mean, I would hate to see this task force go forward and down the road, decisions or suggestions that are made, all of a sudden people start pointing fingers saying, see, we told you so. This is what was going to happen. If you have 4 and 4, nobody could ever make that complaint. You've eliminated the politicalness of the whole thing.
Through the chair, but by default, what we're doing right now is politicizing it. The fact that we're debating now 2 resolutions or 2 motions on the table about how many members sit on this committee from each party, the committee is being infused with partisanship now. So
But through the chair, this is one of my issues with this being a body of the town council, is it's governed by state statute, which injects politics into it. There's a majority limitation by state statute on a town committee of this size. So it's already gonna have to, political parties already going to have to be a consideration of who can be nominated to this committee.
To the chair, this is Mike Miller. I guess this assumes that if this amendment was passed, that we would only be nominating Republicans and Democrats. Half of Trumbull is independent, unaffiliated voters. I don't know why they would be. This whole conversation is assumed that they're all precluded from this. I would assume the makeup of this task force is going to encompass everyone from all these political parties, and how it'll likely shake out is that there'll be multiple people from Democrats, multiple people from Republicans, multiple people that are unaffiliated. And if it's not, then yes, we've clearly messed up how the whole task force is created, even though to Councilman Garrick's point, the political nature of it alone is hard to stomach. We're trying to do something other than that.
Hey, Mary Beth, this is Tony Cinto. Maybe, I remember Tom Cristiano told me once about these appointments, that this circle that we've had in this town over the last 15 or 20 years with appointments has never stopped. No matter who was in office, whoever the first selectman was. They put their people on, they put their people on. They don't put their people on, they put independents on, they don't put what they're supposed to put on. Maybe if everyone supports Carl's motion, we could break the cycle for once. As Tom Cristiano told me one day, he goes, we need to break the cycle. Maybe if we support Carl's motion, we could break the cycle once and for all. Because nobody could sit here and tell me over the last 15 years who's been around here about appointments to boards and commissions. Look at what happened just to the boards and commissions here. Somebody on the Board of Finance, no, we can't have that person on. We got to put an independent person on. We can't, the Republicans can't put their person on. We're going to put one of the people that we want to be put on. This has been going on for 20 years. So maybe if everybody supports Carl's motion, we could break this cycle once and for all. That would be the best thing to do. Break the cycle. What's wrong with it? What are we doing? If we break the cycle, maybe we could finally do that.
Councilman
That's what I got to say.
Thank you. I would say that if you look at appointments over the last 15 years, what you will see from both parties is a total lack of diversity. And that's something that we need to change. And this is an opportunity to do that. By assigning this to the parties, what we can assure is that we'll probably see more of the same, which is from what I can tell, a almost entirely white town government. I don't think that represents what our community is. And I think we need to do a better job. And I think this is an opportunity to do that.
Through the chair, my last question. Mr. Massaro, how do unaffiliated fit into your motion?
They're unaffiliated voters have no political affiliation. They could fill all 8 seats. This is a majority limitation contention with my motion. It ensures that there isn't one political party who will have the majority of seats and control whatever discussion, whatever votes, whatever ideas come forth from the task force. That's all it is.
Through the chair, this level of micromanagement continues to be a micro invalidation of an issue from people who didn't even want it to form. So here we are. Can we please call it?
I second that.
Don Cantafio.
You're muted, Don.
You're muted.
You still, yep.
Thanks. We're voting to call the question. Is that correct?
Voting to call the question, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Mike Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sedell,
No.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Cinto,
No.
Keith Klein,
No.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
No.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
No.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
No.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Colon,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Motion carries. Now we'll do the vote.
This is the vote on my motion.
Ready to vote on the motion, on the amendment? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don Cantafio,
No.
Bill Mecca. Mike Miller. Mike Miller, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Donna Sidell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac. Tony Cinto.
Yes.
Keith Klein.
No.
Kevin Shively.
No.
Thomas Whitmore.
No.
Jason Marsh.
No.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
Eric Paulson.
No.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz.
No.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein.
No.
Steve Lemoyne.
Yes.
Joe Garrix.
No.
Bruce Elstein.
No.
Joy Cologne.
No.
Ashley Gaudiano.
No.
And Lisa Valente.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, I voted, I meant to vote yes. I apologize.
Okay. 3, 6. Motion fails.
Through the chair. This is Tom Whitmire. I look at the name of this task force, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Trying to put any kind of a limit upon who can be on, who cannot be on, for any affiliation undermines the very reason that we're trying to have it. And I think among themselves, what they need to understand, and whoever, whether we bring them and encourage them to come before the council and be vetted, they also need to understand as individuals that they need to accept, and we're looking to create an equal and diverse and inclusive group of 8 people. It's inherent in the name. So I would really like to vote on this and make a motion to vote on this as written. And let's be mature, and let's provide equity and diversity and inclusion to our process of vetting these individuals that will come before us, and create something very special. Thank you.
If
Madam
that was
Chair.
called a question, I second that.
Madam Chair, I would just like to just say one thing, because I would be remiss if I did not. It's unfortunate that we're all in this current situation where we have to try to politicize, depoliticize things that should never be political in the first place. And I think probably most of us, if you ask us, each individual would probably say, yeah, this should not be political. This should not be a political issue. But in the end, I mean, everything is, right? I mean, to some extent. And, you know, I know that what's going to happen after this, you know, when we put this task force together, there will be some that will say that this is political. And I just hope that before anybody does that, and before anybody just goes running off and saying, oh, this is definitely going to be political then, can we all just please wait until we can all work together to put this task force together, and maybe we'll all be surprised. Maybe we'll all surprise each other that we can put together a diverse and really balanced task force that can do really good things for our community. So I'm just hoping that doesn't happen.
Through the chair, I would just like to say that this was part of my difficulty with this. While supporting diversity and inclusion programs, I think the vehicle, whilst well-intended for this, is kind of ill-advised, right? I think this is a political body. It's going to, as we just heard tonight, be governed by state statute. Politics are going to be injected into it by how we select folks. I also think giving it the best chance of success, we haven't done that in terms of how it's been rolled out. I think the brief is too large and generic, and there's no measures for what the success is going to be. We're really creating a committee and then going to figure out what it's going to do afterwards. If we're really valuing this, I think we should apply some budget to it. There's no budget being asked for this. I would have thought, as I discussed with the folks who put it together, this would have been a better place for this would have been out of the first selectman's office as a community board, as opposed to a committee on the town council. And I tried to talk to the folks who put it together about that, and like measures of success for how this could work. And I think we're just in a rush to get this done. And I would have liked it sent back to the committee to review some more and think a little bit how it could be implemented and its scope. And I just think we're not really setting it up for success by how it's being implemented. So just disagree with that.
Madam Chair, I'll just reiterate, I guess the proof is going to be put in the pudding, right? And, you know, as far as waiting and trying to get everything perfect and lined up before we actually move forward, I can't help but remember the words Martin Luther King Jr. said when he wrote from the Birmingham jail, when he said, too often the word wait really means never. And I just don't want to lose this opportunity to do something good for our community. Thank you. And I'd make a motion to call the question.
I second that. Joe Garrett.
Okay, a motion has been made to call the question. We have a second. I'd like
Okay.
roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dawn Cantafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca. Michael Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sidell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Cinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
No.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
No.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne,
No.
Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
Lisa Valente.
Yes.
Motion carries. And now we'll do the final vote. Dawn Cantafio,
Yes.
Bill Mecca,
Yes.
Mike Miller,
Yes.
Donna Sidell,
Yes.
Mary Isaac,
Yes.
Tony Cinto,
Yes.
Keith Klein,
Abstain.
Kevin Shively,
Yes.
Thomas Whitmore,
Yes.
Jason Marsh,
Yes.
Carl Massaro,
Yes.
Eric Paulson,
Yes.
Lori Rosasco Schwartz,
Yes.
Joanne Glasser Orenstein,
Yes.
Steve Lemoyne, Steve, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Garrix,
Yes.
Bruce Elstein,
Yes.
Joy Cologne,
Yes.
Ashley Gaudiano,
Yes.
and Lisa Valente.
Abstain.
It carries 1802.
Okay. Let's see, who shall I call on? Councilman Isaac, would you please bring resolution TC 28-88 to the floor?
We're still here. Okay. Resolution TC 28-88, be it resolved that a special election shall be held on November 3rd, 2020 in the town of Trumbull to fill the vacant Board of Education seat created by the resignation of Kathleen Fearon for the remainder of the term ending the first Monday in December 2021. Town clerk and the registrars of voter are directed to establish the ballots, polling places and dates for party endorsement, and a primary election if necessary pursuant to law.
Second, Dawn Cantafio.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Attorney Chopik explained the primary dates will be scheduled between now and November in accordance with the number of days required for noticing. Notice will go out to the parties to nominate and for people to primary or petition to get on the ballot as a non-party affiliate. The dates were worked out so it will fall within the prescribed number of days, and the election can be held on the same day as the national election in November. The primary date is set among the registrar, the state, and the clerk. Vote motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Is there any discussion regarding?
This is Kevin Schuyler. I'd second, or we don't need a second for that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Tired.
Is there any discussion? Councilman Massey?
I move unanimous consent.
Yeah. Second, Dawn Cantapio.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So everybody who wants to vote in favor, just put up your hand like that. Thank you so much. Unanimous consent. All right. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to thank everybody for this great effort this evening. It's rough all around. Thank you. I need a motion to
I
adjourn.
make a motion to adjourn. Dawn Cantapio.
Seconded, Joy Cologne.
Thirded, fourthed, fifted. Night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.